Modus Super Series Internationals Pairs Champions.
And it's double Dutch delight.
It's the Netherlands!
The Netherlands are into the final. Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-yard shootout has found 2 180s. And it's double Dutch delight.
It's the Netherlands!
The waiting is over. It is time for national rivalries to resume. International Pairs is back here at the Modus Super Series, and it is going to get underway with the Netherlands starting their defence of their title on day one of Group A. Morning, happy Monday, welcome along. The flags are flying here at the Live Lounge, and the pairs are practicing right now, ready to renew some rivalries. Some new ones will emerge as well as this International Pairs Week returns to the Super Series. It's going to be incredibly dramatic and exciting with 4 players on stage. We saw so many thrills and spills in the first one, which of course was won by the Dutch team of Jimmy van Ski and Danny van Tripe, who return. And returning to the studio and commentary boxes, Scott Mitchell, England captain. You know better than most what it's like to represent your nation, and you said you've been down to the practice room. You were telling me off air before, and certainly a little bit of a different feeling down there.
Yeah, it's very jovial down there in the practice room, and I think if they can bring the fun from the practice room out onto the board, they're going to provide us with some superb entertainment this week.
Should be a lot of fun this week, but I tell you what, we had a lot of fun last week as well, didn't we? The Rising Stars debuted here, players between 16 and 21, and they delivered. Really good week, probably one of the best finals nights we've ever had.
Definitely, they did not fail to deliver. It was a week with opportunity for some of the younger guys, some new names that we had never seen before, and they jumped up on that stage last week, and it culminated in probably, like you say, one of the best finals we've ever had here. Yeah,
Henry Coates was electrifying, wasn't he? Found himself 3-0 down in the final, and then he reels off this brilliant spell of legs, 13, 12, 12, 14 to go and win it. That's an average of 115.6 across those 4 legs. His back was against the wall. He went and showed what he can do.
He did, because the problem was there was a point where Branley was doing that to him to be 3-0 up. So it turned on a sixpence, and it really did. And such an exciting night. And I could feel for Ryan Branley, because, you know, he feels that he'd done something wrong, but he didn't. It was the fact he didn't lose it. You know, Henry Coates went and won it.
Yeah, took out 142 with Branley waiting on 30 for the match after hitting a 180. He's the first ever winner of Rising Stars. This is the roll of one of 4 Super Series specials, which interestingly, Thornton and Harrison are in action this week, both previous special weeks winners. The Legends League, of course, won by Richie House, and 4 different winning the Women's Weeks. That's a tongue twister. And the International Pairs last time, of course, was won by Van Ski and Van Tripe of the Netherlands, who are returning to defend that title. And of course, Jimmy coming back after getting so close to winning the series last time as well. You can see as well that the man who beat him, Jeff Smith of Canada, is in the same group.
Yeah, and Jeff will be wanting that winning streak to continue. But the thing for Van Tripe and Van Ski is they've won it before. They have a rapport already. So I think they're going to be tough to beat this week.
That sort of feeling of having played together before, having done it before. There's only a handful of pairs that are back as the same pairings this time around. How much of an advantage could it be for this duo?
I think it could be a real advantage because there's something of a togetherness. Once you've won a title together, you have a bond that's probably invisible, but only the two of you know it's there. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to see how they go this week.
Yeah, a brand new pairing though for Team England later in the week. Adrian Lewis making his long-awaited return to competitive darts. He's partnered by Steve Beaton, of course, both former world champions. How exciting is that, especially to see Adrian back on
Look,
stage?
it's really exciting. The fans are waiting for Adrian to come back, which is really exciting. I'm a player, and I'm excited about Adrian being back. So to see him and Steve Beaton together, they won't have ever played anything like it before because they've been playing so much single stuff on the PDC circuit. So I think it's going to take them a few games to get going, or it could be the other way that they just hit the ground running on game one.
With that in mind, no previous synergy between the pair. Are you surprised then to see them made favourites by the bookies?
Yeah, a little bit. I think there's an awful lot of pressure being put on them. Obviously, we're the ones that are talking about them, and maybe the other 11 are feeling a little bit left out because of the fact that 80's coming back. But if I was one of the other 11, I'd be really happy that you were talking about somebody else.
Where is your eye drawn to in terms of value there?
There's a few there. I mean, Heenan and O'Shea, we know they go well here. Marshall and Smith. Smith is our last series champion. You know, he's the boy in the bubble at the moment. So it's all on Michelle for me. What he comes back out of retirement like. I think he's 29 years old, coming back out of retirement at 29 years old. I think that's why they're priced there at 20 to 1. I don't think after today you're going to get them at that price.
Yeah, huge price for that pair. Jeff Smith coming back as champion, of course, having won Series 11. How much of a sort of wave is he going to be riding into this week?
Look, Jeff's one of the most lovable, nice players ever in the history of darts anyway. The fact that he just comes in here and he does it on a free roll. He plays with a free rein. He doesn't seem to carry anything on his back. And he's looking forward to leading the line this week. He really is looking forward to leading that Team Canada. So there's a togetherness with him. And I'm just looking forward to see whether Jeff can sort of carry on where he left off.
Those who are going to have a bet, please gamble responsibly. It's 18 plus, gambleaware.org. And Jeff Smith and Team Canada are in action in the opening match. They take on the South African pairing of Carl Gabriel, who's making his debut here at the Live Lounge, and the former ADC Global Champion, Devon Peterson. But Smith back after winning Series 11, and he's managed to tempt Dawson Michelle out of retirement or semi-retirement to get back on the Super Series stage. Here's what the pair had to say before play. Well, welcome Team Canada to the International Pairs Week. Jeff, I'll start with you. Welcome back. Not so long ago you were lifting the Series 11 title. Just give us a quick reflection on that night.
Yeah, it was amazing. Hard against the crowd, obviously, but it was a great night. Very profitable. I'm happy to be back coming in December.
Yeah, so for you, Dawson, not a bad partner to have with that momentum coming in as a champion.
Yeah, no kidding. It's an old friend of mine too. So we've been knowing each other a long time. So if I'm going to make a comeback, that's the guy I want to do it with.
Jeff's been very active, but as you said, this is something of a comeback for you. Where have you been? What have you been doing?
I've been banking. I put the darts down for a long time, and just haven't really been throwing at all. And then got a message out of the blue from Jeff and said, "Hey, do you want to come play the Modus with me?" And I'd seen stuff online and stuff like that. So I said, sure, that sounds like fun, and yeah, it's. Looking forward to it.
Jeff, I know you were keen to have Dawson as your partner. Just tell us why Dawson in particular, out of all the good players in Canada.
Yeah, well, I remember Dawson when he was about 12, 13 years old, and he incredible throw, incredible guy, and this kid can play darts. And what I've seen in the room in the last couple of days, I'm actually really looking forward to this.
We're going to see another big comeback this week with Adrian Lewis as well. He's playing with Steve Beaton. Coming back into this pairs dynamic, is that kind of a help rather than just being up on the stage by yourself?
I don't know if it's a help, more so because you're playing for somebody else and playing for your country at the same time, but it also gives you something to play for. You're not coming in relaxed. You're not coming in without a care. You're coming in wanting to win. So I think it, especially for someone like Adrian, it might give him a little bit of a drive too. And we have similar personalities in that regard, I think. So I think it'll be a good week.
And Jeff, you're going to try and complete the set, aren't you? A weekly title, a specials week if you win this week. And obviously you're a series champion. So it could be a very special week for you here at the Super Series.
Yeah, one more wouldn't hurt my feelings one bit.
Gentlemen, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Here we go then. Time for the talking to stop and the darting to get going. This is going to be a lot of fun. a lot of drama and a lot of players on the stage. Those who watched last time will know that, well, there were so many players on the stage that they didn't always stay on it. Ask Danny Van Tripe about that. But a welcome return for Dawson Marshall, 29 years of age, from Medicine Hat in Canada. And he is partnering the newly crowned Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith, who's returning on a high after winning just over a week ago. Devon Peterson needs no introduction. The man from Mitchell's Plain, 39 years of age. Series 10 Week 8 winner, also ADC Global Champion on the stage, and his partner, Carl Gabriel, making his debut at the Live Lounge, 34 from Johannesburg. The South African pair ready to do battle with this Canadian duo. Owen Binks, the referee overseeing proceedings, keeping order. A few little rules that are slightly different from a normal week. We'll cover those throughout the course of our commentaries, and I'm delighted that Scott Mitchell's going to be alongside me, talk you through what should be an absolutely thrilling week of action.
Yeah, I really can't wait for this one to get underway, and I mean, I love playing pairs. It's one of my favourite things, and it's a very different dynamic than playing for yourself. Then you add playing for your country as part of that. There's no time that you ever put a shirt on for your nation and you not try. It's just you feel a nation that are supporting you and on your back. And yeah, there'll be your critics because they'll say, oh, there's another player that could have been in or could not have been in. There's always controversy when you're part of a nation's team, and these guys will be feeling that probably in their social media casts and
first leg,
feeds and everything.
But first.
I'm really
Game
looking
on.
forward. And an interesting scenario immediately is putting Marshall straight in as your number one.
Yeah, and that's one of the little rules that we could tell you about. So if you put
140.
a player in to bat first, they have to do that for the entire match. It can be no changing leg by leg. However, they can change game by game. Need to nominate who's
45.
throwing first. And the South Africans have gone with a similar thing here, Scott, putting the lesser known player, or the number 2 player, if you like, in first.
And I'm going to tell you the reason for that, and that's going to be for where the doubles are going to drop. This is all about, so you're looking
60.
you're looking for your first player to score and go ton, and if you around that mark, and if you could do the same, then that means your double is going to fall between sort of darts 16,
96.
17 and 18. And you sometimes want your experienced player playing at that point so that they're shooting at the double. And here we go from Gabriel, first 180 of the match.
Canada 125.
125 though for Canada. That 180 may not matter as Jeff Smith finds the ball, then treble 17 for double 12. He knew
101.
exactly what he was doing there. Didn't need to bother going for the champagne shot, and he's left Dawson very, very handy on double 12 after 12.
81. Canada required 24. No score.
So there's
South
my
Africa
theory out the
required
window straight away. Marshall gets the
135.
first dance at a double.
Well, probably because they did better than they thought they were going to do. Can't finish here, so Smith will come back for that double.
59.
He's already
Canada
missed
required 24.
one at it. Michelle's missed a hatful. Can Smith put it right? They've done all the hard work, but can't
18.
find the bit at the end.
South
And
African
Peterson
required
can steal in here.
76.
And this is where the gap between throws really does start to get you at the double end of the leg. Dev straight in the treble 20. That couldn't get any closer if he tried. Is he going to use it? Taking the line. He's having a look. He's going for the top side of the bed from the left-hand side.
60.
And that's always a fear.
Canada
If you
requires
underthrow
6.
it, you do catch that other dart. Dev finds a funny part of it anyway.
Well, awesome Dawson now homing in on double 3. What a tricky double to be on, and he's made it trickier. Look at that. He's only got a small portion to aim at. Peterson taps
No
away at his
score.
thigh, hoping that
South
Gabriel will
Africa
step up.
requires
He does.
16.
All smiles on the stage, but it's double trouble for the Canadians. 10 darts missed at the outer ring for them. What kind of thing is going on here?
8.
It's a nervy start. This
Canada
is what
require
happens when you're playing for your
6.
country, and you're not playing for yourself. You're playing for your partner as well. So
Game shot on the first leg.
Jeff Smith,
to Canada.
ever dependable, which is why he's thrown second, I'm presuming.
Second
Yeah,
leg,
an
it's South
absolute
Africa to
beauty
throw first.
from the
Game on.
silencer.
I have actually played Canada in a World
100.
Cup pairs final in the form of Jeff Smith and Dave Cameron, and we were
56.
5-4 down. Everything was going leg for leg, and we were looking to make it 5-5 first to 6. And up stepped Smith and Cameron and missed a 9-darter against the throw against
22.
Dan Day and myself. And they went on to beat us in the final of the World Cup pairs 6-4, but
94.
a dynamic duo they were on that year. I think that was 2019 World Cup in Romania, I think.
45.
But yeah, pairs is a very different dynamic, and you're not playing for yourself, you're playing for your partner as well, and you tend to lead the doubles that your partner
134.
wants, so that because you know their favourite double, you start to know the game inside out, and you have a chat about it before you play, and which doubles would you
60.
prefer. And I would tend to say, most players would say, just leave me anything, I fancy anything here.
85.
You can win some of the strangest titles on the strangest doubles.
100. Canada, you require 132.
1-3-2 then here. No need to go the bull route. They have,
13.
I mean, it's not the right time to say it after a score of 13, but they have outscored South Africa throughout this match. They've been down to a finish first in both legs.
81. Canada, require 119.
So a shot at the bullseye here for Smith.
88. South
Yeah,
Africa
went
require
treble 12 route to
93.
leave double 13, because you'd much rather have a go at a double rather than the ball, because it's a slightly bigger target.
53.
Got there in
Canada,
the
require
end with
31.
53. Did Gabriel.
Well, they had a lot of trouble on this double in the previous leg, and he's
7.
persevered with the same target
South
there.
Africa require
I'm not sure that's
40.
always the wisest choice.
Sometimes it's better to change it up. I would agree with that. Dev's got the perfect dart to go in under. How was that missed? It would have been easier to hit.
20.
And of course, then the
Canada,
change.
you require 24.
Dev comes up short.
Game
Jeff
shot
Smith's
the
got his
second
eye
leg
in
to
now. He
Canada.
knows that's his job as number 2. He's going to be throwing at more of the doubles than anything,
Third
and
leg,
that's
it's
his
Canada
job.
to throw first. Game on.
So 2-0 Michelle and Smith. Now, for those of you who don't remember Dawson Michelle,
Well,
here's a little hint of what he can do. But he first appeared in a TV tournament in 2017 at the North American Darts Championship, beat David Cameron
85.
before losing out to the eventual winner, Willard Brugier. But he also qualified for the US Masters in Las Vegas that year and famously beat James
55.
Wade. Really burst onto the scene, didn't he? Went on to play on the Pro Tour, played at the World Cup of Darts, partnering the great John Part.
100.
Really talented player, has taken a step back
84.
since losing out on his tour card. He lived over in the UK in that spell, but returned to Canada after
40.
2019.
He completed his education then, didn't he? He went back to sort of uni, completed his
65.
education, and now works in the financial industry until dragged kicking and a screaming out of retirement. He doesn't look too much
60. Canada
out of nick,
require
to be honest, for me.
170.
Yeah. Still got it, no doubt about that. And showing it here, kicked off the leg with a 180, almost
97.
completed it with 117. But I have to say, this has been one-way traffic, this match. Yes, South Africa have had darts at double in both of the legs that they've lost. However,
83.
Canada's scoring has
Canada
been
required 20.
overshadowing anything
Game
that the
shot
South
of third
African duo
leg
have been
to
able to
Canada.
do, and that is a very comfortable third leg for Team Canada.
Fourth leg, it's South Africa to throw.
Yeah, and even though they haven't
Game
played
on.
pairs together for a while, Michelle and Smith, I know probably in their preparations they've been
60.
probably practicing as a pair in the lead up to this since they've been over on Saturday.
100.
Due diligence is the word I would use with these two Canadians. They are two that would be into that and looking to do
45.
that. Jeff generally doesn't leave any stone unturned in his preparation.
57.
And I'm sure he'll be guiding his younger partner in all of that.
60.
Well, coming next, we're going to see the debut of Sweden. Two players have won on the Super Series stage. Andreas Harrison, like Jeff Smith, of course, a series champion. He's partnered by Anton Östlund.
135.
And then Scott Campbell returns for Scotland. Remember that famous 9-dart shootout when he threw 6 darts and hit 180s in both visits. He's partnered this time
100.
by Robert Thornton, who steps in place of John Henderson. After that, we'll see the only two
100.
surviving pairs from the first International Pairs Week. Jimmy Van Ski, Danny Van Tripe, Richie Burnett, Kurt Parry, of course. They contested the final.
46. Canada require 109.
This for the match, then. Well, does he go for it? He leaves
69.
it to Jeff.
Goes the strategic route. Smith haven't hit 2 of the 3 doubles up to now.
100.
Why not, Devon? Why not?
Require 40.
180 to put the pressure on, to leave double 5.
Game
But Jeff
shot
Smith
and the
remains
match
unfazed
to
and unflustered
Canada.
and unbeaten in the opening match. A 4-0 win for Canada. The Silencer Smith carries on where he left off at the end of Series 11 when he took the crown as an individual. Can he do the same as a team? Him and Dawson Michelle get off to the perfect start on this International Pairs Week. Coming next, Sweden take on Scotland.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy, £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And
And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, the home of international pairs, the home of the Modus Super Series, on the home of darts, Pluto TV. And we now have Sweden and Scotland on the stage. We've got Robert Thornton joining Team Scotland, something that he's done many times before in all codes of darts. A new one for him, though, to do it at the Super Series. He's joining Scott Campbell, who was part of the semi-final place team last time around. Andreas Harrison, the Series 7 champion, is captaining the Swedish pair. He's joined by a fellow former winner, a weekly winner on the Super Series stage in Anton Östlund, the 25-year-old. Thornton, of course, needs little introduction. Does have a special week title to his name at the Live Lounge when he won the double start competition. And Scott Campbell, the 35-year-old from Aberdeen, he's been to Champions Night before and he was magical in the international pairs last time around, most famously hitting 2 180s in a 9-dart shootout. Brilliant stuff from him. Sweden, though, are going to be a force to be reckoned with. Many think Scott Andreas Harrison always a powerhouse when he plays here. How do you rate the chances of both of these teams this week?
Yeah, I actually think these two are priced about right, I think, with the bookies this week. And Anton will go under the radar a little bit, but sort of mainly because in the last sort of year or so, he's become a father and his partner Sarah. So that's been with his partner Sarah, and that's the main sort of thing that's been going on with his life at the minute. And so darts takes a little bit of a back seat when sort of life gets in the way. I've been there myself, and so I think this is a sign for Anton that he's sort of coming back to the darts and things are starting to be settled in life. So I'm really interested to see how he goes. We know what Andreas is all about. 2024 here was absolutely massive for him here at the Live Lounge, and same could be said really for Scott Campbell. I mean, 2025 has been a big year and a move for Scott Campbell. We know that, you know, becoming the national captain on the WDF side of things as well. It's been a big move for him, and he's done really, really well here. Every time he's been in the Live Lounge, he's doing well everywhere he goes to play. So he'll be looking to lead the line here, but obviously Thornton's probably the big name of the four here, and we know what Robert's all about, and he'll be looking forward to this challenge. You know, it's not been a great 2025 for him, obviously off the board, and he seems ready to come back and get himself back into the mix again. So
79.
4 players really that are really looking forward to this week.
Yeah, great to see Robert Thornton back.
100.
This should be an indication as to where both teams are at. We're then going to see after this the finalists from the first international
125.
pairs week. Netherlands and Wales, same pairs, the only two teams that have the same pairs. And as always, we've had loads of correspondence on social media asking, why is this country not in? Why is this other country? Well, we've
Scotland,
tried
you require
our
102.
best to make sure there's a real balance of new, and some pairs have been changed from countries, some are brand new countries. As Campbell looks at tops, can't find it. I think the team that are probably the most
Sweden,
hard done
you
by to
require
miss out are Belgium, who
102.
also reached the semi-finals last time. But there are only 12 spacers.
Yeah, it's very difficult. We don't.
66. Scotland requires
We're not
20.
aiming to try and upset as many countries as we can. That's not the aim. It's just that only 12 fit in.
13. Sweden, you require 36.
So a loose first start from Thornton there at a double. Austin coming back at 36. Nice marker.
Game
Yeah,
shot on the
nicely
first
done.
leg to Sweden.
Goes with the darts, the first one.
Second leg, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
And one of the rules is, obviously, if you throw first, you throw first in each leg. You know, if you hit the double, you don't then alternate and your partner throws first
100.
because it's his turn next in the next leg. You can change the first thrower between games if your partner's not feeling it throwing first and not feeling comfortable,
180.
which we can't say the same for Anton Osland. He's looking very comfortable indeed at the moment with his first 180 of the week and first 180 for Sweden in the match.
Well, just going back to that, actually, the 9-dart shootout rule on a Saturday night, that's if each team wins a match in a group by the same scoreline, all three teams. And look at this. Never mind 9-dart shootout. We might get a 9-dart finish. And it's 150. Surely they just go conventional here and try and get a pairs 9-darter and don't do anything like 3 bulls.
67. Sweden, you require
Well, the way that I
150.
saw Andreas smiling, I thought he was going this way.
Oh, my God.
Oh, wow! Oh!
125.
That would have been the most incredible leg of darts you have ever seen anywhere. It was so close.
44.
3 treble
Sweden,
20s,
you
3 treble
require
19s,
25.
2 bulls, and a 25.
9.
The best bit was
Scotland, you require
Andreas in the background. You could
155.
see the smile just peeking through that big beard as he went for the bullseye. Super stuff here. International pairs. We're only in the second game in.
I need to lie down.
79. Sweden, you require 16. Eight.
You have to say those first
Scotland,
two darts
you
of double eight
require
were as close as they were to the
76.
bullseye for his third bullseye.
They may lose the leg. They may lose the leg. Double 4. Oh,
No score.
unlucky for some.
Sweden, you require 8. Four. Scotland,
Similar
you
to our
require
first game, it's a little bit of
76.
rustiness, a little bit of...
I need to treble. Really, he should have been left on a double. Robert Thornton pulled it into the 13, causing this problem for Campbell, but he's managed to bail himself out, and he's
Game
managed
on the
to
second
nick the leg
leg
for Scotland.
To Scotland.
What went from being potentially the most glorious leg of darts ever
Third leg,
seen
it's Sweden
by
to throw
Sweden has
first.
actually ended up with a
Game
leg
on.
filed under SCO for Scotland, who are chuckling away.
Andreas was chuckling away as well before they went to the table. I did
58.
say that there was a bit of friendship out in the back room there earlier this morning when I went out into the players' room, and it is transferring onto the stage here. But that shot there from Scott Campbell just shows that's his
42.
2025. That's how he's been. He hasn't always had that as part of his game. And that's what's improved him as a player, and that's what's changed him in 2025 as a player.
121.
And he has the confidence to go and do that after throwing that big 5 on the setup. He has the confidence to go and recover it. It's like he's saying to himself,
125.
I made the mess up. I'm good enough to get myself out of this. And that's exactly what he did.
Well, before I was rudely interrupted by that 9-dart attempt, what I was trying to say was that the order of throw is why Scott Campbell was able to hit those 2 180s in that 9-dart shootout, because it was kept as a 9-dart shootout. They didn't make it a 12-dart shootout. So John Henderson said, no, Scott, you go first.
41.
And they were proved right. He hit 180 with both his visits.
That's just Hendo passing the buck, isn't it? He didn't fancy it. No, I agree. I think
100.
you know, the way that it works, it's a clever way of working, but I like the way that the fact that you can change it before the next game and make us aware of it, because I think
120.
that's important to keep the games as tight as we want them, to make them interesting.
$105.
He's going bullseye crazy here, Osland.
He only missed the one that everyone really wanted him to hit. But that's a fantastic setup.
40. Sweden never required 24.
Double 6 for Harrison. That's a dart he can bounce off.
12.
But he can't find the double.
Just not quite found his feet yet, Andreas, has he?
45. Sweden never
Probably the same could be said for Thornton.
Ursland seems to be the star player for me at the moment. That was in and out, and that's just in.
On the third leg to Sweden.
Yeah, nicely done from Ursland there.
Fourth leg, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
Do you think, Scott, that 9-darter was predetermined by the players, that they've said to each other, look, Andreas, if you hit or he said to Anton, if you hit a 180, I'm going to go for a 171 and then 3 bulls.
Maybe because
we've seen Andreas do it by himself before, of course.
We have, and I just see Andreas having that cheeky little smile through the beard before he went to the board. So I had a feeling that was going to happen.
$60.
The question is, would that have been the first 9-darter in a pairs on TV? Maybe.
Yeah.
I know that Glenn's hit one in mixed doubles because I was there when he hit the 180. Claire Stamper, his partner, hit the 180, and then he poked the 141, and that was at a mixed pairs event on the floor in the BDO days. So I know that it has been done before, but I don't know whether it's ever been done on TV.
No, I'm pretty certain we haven't seen a televised one. We've seen some close calls in the World Cup of Darts.
140.
Well, there's none closer than that on the bullseye, that's for sure.
131.
There was a time when a 9-dart finish would have come with a nice bonus bounty, but these days they fly in so
59.
frequently that there'll be a few
require 150.
sponsors with empty pockets.
Well, back in the day when Paul Lim hit his, I think that set him up for life, the amount of money it was back then. I think it was £52,000 or something back in... No, it was 83, was it? 85, something like that?
160.
Well, Scotland weren't lured in by 3 balls when they had 150.
$84. Scotland to record 54. $34.
You're a bit early, Scott. 1990. The
Sweden to record
Paul Lim
76.
9-dart finish.
I must be getting confused with the John Lowe one then.
He does like this double.
Game shot on the fourth leg to Sweden.
Lead 3-1. Van Schie, Van
Fifth-legged
Truyt,
Sweden
Bennett,
to throw
Parriel
first.
waiting in the
Game
wings. Scotland chuckling away. Smiles on faces. He's got a lovely throw, hasn't he, Anton
95.
Ursland? The arm so central.
Yeah, he has, and the body movement is so still as well.
180.
Well, how many times are we going to say it this week? But we've never seen a pairs 9-darter on TV. So Robert Thornton will not go for 19s.
Like you say, I wonder if it was a strategic plan from the pair before they started.
140.
You hit 3 of those, I'll hit 3 of these, and then that leaves us where you want to go.
Yeah. Thanks for the pressure of being the one to go for 3 balls, but he almost got it, didn't he?
96.
That's a moment that will be relived and replayed many, many fold.
Yeah, we have seen the 3 bullseyes here for a finish, but not on the end of the 9-darter.
Yeah, a couple of times, haven't we? Thomas Banks brilliantly did it
127.
quite recently. Before that, the Croatian starlet Romeo Gervabats.
78.
Don't think I've hit 3 balls in my life, Scott.
54.
Well, Thornton's hit plenty of tops over his illustrious
34.
career, but he can't find
Sweden
one
number
there.
132.
And 2 balls required here for a pot shot at double 16. He's the man you want.
He'd have been fancying the bullseye, wouldn't he? If he could have got a dart at it to win, without doubt, Anton.
That's just landed a little bit awkwardly, causing Campbell to shuffle across the hockey.
No
And
score.
it proved to be too much of a
Sweden requires 68.
blocker. And this for a 4-1 win. Double 2.
66. Scotland required 20.
Is there a touch of Andreas knowing that the doubles are his job here, and it's getting to him a little bit?
Has been a little nervy, hasn't he, on the outer ring?
15.
Has missed the lion's share of the 17 missed double darts that Sweden have suffered.
2.
But it hasn't stopped them from winning legs. Scotland themselves have missed 16 in this match. We did see something similar in the first game as well. The struggle came at the doubles. But it's double 1 to put an end to
No
it.
score.
And the end is not yet in
Scotland
sight.
require 5.
No, it isn't. Nervy moments here, trying to get the first leg on the first win on the board. Campbell here trying to save it. Will the Swedes have to go and do all the hard work again? 1 dart left in hand.
1.
And you could see the way that dart bounced
Sweden
off the flight of the other
2.
and hit the board at a 45-degree angle.
No score.
I was just about to
Scotland
say
require
Harrison,
4.
surely. But no, it wasn't to be.
Robert Thornton now having to navigate his way past a blocked double. He now wants double 1.
2.
And the double trouble continues.
Sweden require
Austin was there looking at the
2.
top of his eyelids. It was he had his head down but was looking up to see if he was going to get another go.
Well, they now missed 42 darts between them, but it ends
shot
there.
on the match to Sweden.
Lots of doubles missed in that game, but it's a missed bullseye that will remain the moment that goes in the memory when Sweden were on for a pairs 9-dart finish. A 180 from Anton Östlund, a 171 from Andreas Harrison, and then Östlund went bull, and missed the last one narrowly to complete what surely would have been the greatest leg of darts of all time. Coming next, Van Ski and Van Tripe take on Burnett and Perry.
.54. Charlie require 164. .44. .32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
26. Charlie, you
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's
require
gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't
it,
get the job
got
done.
it, the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
You can change the first thrower between games if your partner's not feeling it throwing first and not feeling comfortable,
180.
which we can't say the same for Anton Osland. He's looking very comfortable indeed at the moment with his first 180 of the week and first 180 for Sweden in the match.
Well, just going back to that, actually, the 9-dart shootout rule on a Saturday night, that's if each team wins a match in a group by the same scoreline, all three teams. And look at this. Never mind 9-dart shootout. We might get a 9-dart finish. And it's 150. Surely they just go conventional here and try and get a pairs 9-darter and don't do anything like 3 bulls.
67. Sweden, you require
Well, the way that I
150.
saw Andreas smiling, I thought he was going this way.
Oh, my God.
Oh, wow! Oh!
125.
That would have been the most incredible leg of darts you have ever seen anywhere. It would have been the most incredible leg of darts. In the end, they actually lost that leg of darts. Scotland getting one against Sweden. 4-1, though Harrison and Ursland won. That's after Canada, Jeff Smith and Dawson Michelle beat South Africa 4-0. And now, well, the Netherlands and Wales are going to be back on the stage where they contested the final of the first International Pairs Week here at the Live Lounge. We've had, well, this week always promised to deliver, didn't it? But we've seen incredible things before these returning pairs have even got on the stage, Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I just, like I said, I could see Andreas. He was smiling from the time that he hit the 171, and I just wondered whether they were going that route. And the minute that I saw his eyes line up, I thought he's going for the ball, but so close with the last dart.
Yeah, I thought he'd go for 3 bulls as well, Scott. I said so at the time, didn't I?
Commentator's curse. He was always going to go once you said no.
Right, these two won it last time. Jimmy Van Ski and Danny Van Tripe. Jimmy has twice been a series runner-up, including the last series. He's back here with a vengeance. He wants his revenge. That's Richie Bennett for Wales. Apologies about the misidentification there. Everybody knows who Richie Burnett is, and that's Kurt Parry of Wales, who partnered Richie last time around, and already he's back with his other partner on the stage, the Modus Super Series speaker.
Yeah, I wanted to go and put a smiley face with a post-it note on the speaker for when Richie came out. The speaker was smiling back at him, but yeah, we know that maybe that could put you off a little in the heat of the moment, so close to the match. So I refrained myself from doing it, but yeah. In nice matching shirts as well, both these teams. I did ask Richie Burnett jokingly in the back room, did you organise these shirts? Yeah, mate, you know me, I'm an organiser. Of course I did. And then he had to confess it was Kurt Parry who sorted out the Welsh team shirts.
$85.
So the champions open up with a first treble 20 with his first dart.
140.
Won that final 4-1 against a team that they've been playing all week long.
180.
Danny Van Tripe, of course, has got 9 dart glory on the Super Series stage. A historic 9 dart finish, the first ever on a Saturday night in front of a live audience here at the Live Lounge when he won
95.
his week of the last series to get through to Champions Week alongside his Dutch teammate. Who effectively knocked him out because he got through Group C, didn't he? At his expense.
42.
Yeah, the last few occasions they've been here, they have been joined at the hip, haven't they? Which always helps in this
96.
situation, obviously. But I suppose when one of them returns to Portsmouth, that one or the other, they're going to feel like their left arm has been cut off.
100. Wales
A bit
require
disjointed, but
170.
Well, can Richie Burnett start with some fireworks here? He won't be taking out the 170.
60. The Netherlands require 94.
Great dart from Van Ski to tee up tops. Now double 10 to take the opening leg.
Game shown the
The
first
Dutch are off the
leg
mark.
to the Netherlands. Second leg, it's Wales to throw first. Game on.
Bit of a do-si-do and a stride across behind. Kurt Parry there from
55.
Jimmy Van Ski.
Yeah, Wales keeping with their routine from the previous international pairs with Parry throwing first. Richie Burnett, very much the man who came up with that plan, said, I'm just here to mop up.
180.
Van Ski opened with a maximum.
$140.
Really good reply from Burnett there.
66.
Well, that little wry smile tells me that there's been some conversation about the practice room between the teams going, well, you didn't do it. We're going to be the first to do it.
60.
Indeed, I think maybe there's been the gauntlet laid down in the practice room. And like I say, I know Jeff Smith has only just missed one
139.
in a pairs comp, like I say, against myself and Dan Day in a World Cup final. That would have been a big place to hit one as well.
160.
So tops up then for Van Tripe.
76. Wales, you're requiring 66.
And you feel Wales have to get this. Parry going his usual route, leaving the tops.
26. The Netherlands require.
Oh, looked a bit quick for me there from Parry. Usually a split second slower with his throw. Van Ski.
Game shown
Thrown
the
from
second
6'9", as you can see, thrown straight across at the double top.
Third leg, it's the Netherlands to throw first.
He throws
Game
at
on.
double top from 6'9", like most people throw at double three, throwing down at it.
By the way, confirmation, there never has been a televised 9-dart finish
140.
in a pairs match. Although Team Australia were inches away at the 2022 World Cup of Darts.
100.
Simon Whitlock missing double 18. I think that bullseye miss might have even been closer.
100.
Are we going to try and claim it now for the Super Series? Is that
It's
what we're
the
going to do?
closest we've been
the
to
closest we've ever had.
Look, there's going to be more pairs matches over a Super Series week than there is at a lot of tournaments.
60.
So there's an opportunity, isn't there? Really is. And I think seeing someone come close so early just gives the players that extra motivation to want to be the first, to want to make history.
You're right, because I want to be the first and I'm not
97.
even playing. So you're absolutely right. Yeah, it does make you feel like that.
Well, if for any reason England need a substitute,
96.
Scott, you're ready,
The
aren't you?
Netherlands record
Yeah,
164.
absolutely. I've left my darts at home to give everybody a chance. Yeah.
And that has happened before. When a player's pulled out, you've got your dart shirt on and done
96.
us a good turn.
Yeah, I was actually really fortunate that I had my darts and me bag in the car still from the weekend before. So yeah.
Problem is,
100.
you can only fill in for one
Netherlands
team this
requires
week, can't you? I'm not sure
68.
you'd pass as Dutch. Scott Van Mitchell.
Yeah.
He could potentially use that as a guide, and he
Game
does.
show on the third leg.
Netherlands running
to the
riot, and this is the best
Netherlands.
performance we've seen. No messing about on the doubles from them. They're 3 out of 6. They're averaging
against Wales to
way in
throw
excess of
first.
100.
Game on.
This is a superb performance from the Dutch duo.
Yeah, and it's a concern for the other 5 teams because they've all
85.
struggled at doubles at some point already this morning. Yeah, we know it's only first game in, but these 2 young Dutchmen really do know how to put the heebie-jeebies on the rest of the field here, and they're doing it. They're absolutely doing it from the get-go.
And the Welsh may be even more concerned than all those teams that have missed multiple darts at double because they've only had 1.
60.
Yeah, when we're looking at some of the other teams, I mean, you know, the Swedes were 4 from 25.
100.
The Jocks were 1 from 22. None from 8 for the South Africans and 4 from 19
100.
for the Canadians. So, as we said, they are going to have to sharpen up those other 4 teams.
You can see the golfing standard from this duo.
58.
But that's about having a good feeling about the place, Murph. They've had great success here, the pair of them.
And very recently.
Yes, and they come back in and it all feels good. It all feels good. There's a bounce in their step.
Well, Burnett and Parry will hope to get a dart at double here. That should help them get there.
120.
Although the last dart
Wales
just
160.
taps Parry on the shoulder.
Yeah, still manages to get the best case scenario out of the situation, didn't he, Van Tripe?
60. The Netherlands require 100.
And for Parry, he will be feeling really hard done by with those first 2 darts right on the bottom wire.
But it could be over here. Didn't like that dart, so he sets back, but he does have a go at the bullseye here to win the match 4-0.
98. Wales require 56.
So a chance for Burnett here.
$36. Netherlands require 25.
And now
Game
it is
shut
over.
and the match to the Netherlands.
It is a Dutch demolition job in a repeat of the final from the first International Pairs Week, which they won 4-1. They kick off against Wales 4-0 and join Sweden and Canada in having dominant victories in their opening matches. An average of 96.97, the best performance so far. Team Netherlands off to a winning start. Up next, South Africa take on Sweden. Here we go then, into the second round of fixtures, and we've only had 3 matches so far, and International Pairs Week has already delivered some incredible moments. One in particular when Sweden missed the bullseye for a 9-dart finish that would have ended on 3 bullseyes. They're back on stage now, talking about that with everybody that will listen, including the referee Owen Binks. It's going to live long in the memory. Devon Peterson is having his say on it. It would have gone down as probably the greatest leg of all time. I know that that will start another debate, but never seen anything like that. South Africa have got work to do because they lost their first match 4-0 and now running into a team that are going to be full of confidence, who won theirs 4-1.
Yeah, we were cruising towards a certain beer company saying it could have probably been the best 9-darter in the world. But, yeah. What would it have been like if they had hit it? I mean, would they have still been talking about it the same? I think they would have done. I know I would have done, that's for sure.
First leg, it's South Africa to throw first. Game on.
So it's Gabrielle to get us underway.
60.
Kind of an orthodox throw, hasn't he, Carl Gabriel? It's a bit of a... almost like he's throwing a ball rather than a dart.
Yeah, and the angle of the dart is very flat when it goes in the board as well. So it looks to be quite a short-barreled dart in comparison to Devon's. When you look there,
140.
It has quite a long stem on it, so it seems to be going in fairly flat indeed.
100.
And it's nearly 90 degrees to the board, isn't it? If he was a taller man, that would be a very difficult... Well, you'd have to call it the understacker, and that's all there is to it.
96.
Well, the inventor of the understacker, Phil the Power Taylor, is going to be here this
55.
weekend. He's going to be part of our punditry team for the finals of this. Those who are here could come down in the afternoon for a special audience
60.
with event. Phil Taylor and Adrian
South
Lewis
Africa,
answering
you're
your
at
questions.
146.
Tickets available via dartshop.tv. Adrian also playing in the influencer event. Phil Taylor will be in the commentary box for that.
Sweden,
I'm sure there'll be fun with those two old chums.
Oh, 150, he's let us down.
50.
Well, he was much closer with the previous attempt.
It shows it was planned for me. That 159 darter was planned. Stay tuned as they continue to try and complete
48.
it that way.
Sweden,
For the rest of the week and probably don't get near.
Well, the picture of things in this leg, Devon Peterson missed a big number there that would have given him a dart at the bullseye. And he could only watch as Harrison takes full advantage for Sweden.
Yeah, big thumbs up there from...
Second leg, it's Sweden to throw first. Game on.
Ursland there. Devon's having a little chew on his flights. So that shine of frustration
100.
used to be with Phil Taylor.
$131.
Yeah, good opening throw there from Carl.
140.
I always feel with the pairs games, if you can get off with 3 decent treble visits in 3 throws and set yourself up, you're usually going to be in good shape for an awful lot.
91.
And Anton does exactly that, leaving 170 for Harrison. And what happens as a pair, as you start to play like
100.
this, you get the
Sweden,
confidence to play like this and you continue to do it.
Another one. And the ball.
145.
Well, that ball's becoming bothersome.
See, I'd like to be able to see a situation where you tag team your partner in then, because we've already seen Oslin hit the ball umpteen times today. So you could have tag teamed him in for one dart.
Sweden
That would be a
25.
special rule maybe for Pairs Week.
Maybe Bruno Fernandes should have tried that approach yesterday.
9.
Yeah, maybe Owen Bing
South
should have walked
Africa,
into
you
him
require
before he went for the ball.
104.
That'd be great.
Oh, here we go. Is Gabriel going to produce a sledgehammer of a shot?
100.
Oh,
Sweden, you
like
require
what you did
16.
there.
Have to be of a certain age to know what I did there. 888.
Game shot in the
Flies
second leg
in
to Sweden.
to break the South African hearts. Well, Devon Peterson
Delegate
just
South Africa to throw
smiling
first.
straight
Game.
at Andreas Harrison there.
Oh, is it a bit of a stare off? But
92.
Andreas is not looking back.
I think it's because he's a last start merchant, isn't he, in this match? Both legs he's won with the last start in hand at double. Just denying Devon Peterson an
60.
opportunity to win the leg himself.
There's Devon at the Oasis, looking back in anger.
$60.
Doesn't give much away, does he? Andreas Harrison.
Well, he's got a fair bit to hide
59.
behind there in facial hair, hasn't he, really?
Yeah, he has. May need to trim the beard. It was recently pointed out to me that it covers up all his sponsor logos.
40.
Yeah. Could you imagine having chunks cut out of the beard so that the logos were more applicable or seeable?
77.
Put the sponsor stickers on the beard.
Maybe that's why Simon Whitlock plats his. Who knows?
139.
He used to plat the bottom bit in the day, and maybe that's so that the sponsors were wide open.
126.
I'm going to have a word with him
South
about that
Africa,
before tomorrow.
107.
We'll see if he
Can maybe lower them a little bit.
lower the sponsors down a bit lower. Yeah.
82.
Scott Waits doesn't have that trouble because he hasn't got any sponsors. Hope you're watching, mate.
Only a friend could get away with saying that.
Yeah, absolutely.
141. South Africa require 88.
88 then for South Africa to get their first leg of the day. Double 14. Devon Peterson finds it.
Shot on the
They're off the
third
mark.
leg
And that
to
will be a
South
relief.
Africa. Fourth leg in Sweden to go first. Game on.
But I think there's a bit of a personal battle going on here.
There's definitely a bit of eyeballing going on. There's
100.
definitely a bit of one-on-one going on, and Dev likes a bit of that as well. But it's always friendly with Dev. That's the best bit. It's always friendly. There's
93.
never any animosity with it. It's friendly banter. Loving it.
Such good fun. This Pairs has been a fantastic addition
140.
to the Super Series calendar, and I would expect to maybe even see more international pairs weeks next year.
I'm going to put a prediction
60.
out there, right? I think there's going to be that many international pairs weeks. It's going to be like Police Academy follow-ons. I think there could be 10 of them.
Don't think the
91.
calendar quite allows for 10, but I think there'll be more than 2.
I think I'm saying over the years, over the time that we're
Okay,
here.
yeah.
You know, I'm not saying immediately.
Would you like to take part in one
85.
yourself?
Of course I
Sweden
would.
require 107.
Who'd say no to this?
Go on then. Who would be your dream partner
98.
if you were going to play for England here?
Difficult one, that. English person, obviously.
100. Sweden requires 72.
I don't know. I'd probably say Scott Waits because he's my mate, but I don't think he'd say me.
No score.
Well, seeing some bizarre stuff. A bust of 72 now. But South Africa not in a position because they're on 163.
53. Sweden
To be
requires
fair, if you're representing
72.
your country, you play with anybody. To be here, I think it'd be great.
Is he going to do it again? Last start in hand.
32.
Not this time.
South Africa, you require 100.
Watch out for the Peterson reaction if this goes. It won't go. So over to
53.
Ursland.
Sweden, you require
None of those
40.
more than a millimetre away from their target. But Ursland it is. Tops up. There's the marker. There's the
on the
scout.
full flag to Sweden.
Straight in. Swedes take a 3-1
Fifth leg,
lead.
it's
And
South Africa to throw first. Game on.
looking very good as a pair up to now, aren't they? I know it's only a second game, but
45.
they get on really well and they seem to have that little bit of something. You've got to have a bit of trust and faith in one another as a
130.
pairs pick. And these two seem to very much have that. And also you've got to not try to outshine one
100.
another. I've seen some really great pairs together, but they've kind of played against one another, trying to outdo one another, and that doesn't work.
Yeah, and we've seen
140.
pairs are kind of put together, aren't they, in these tournaments? So we've seen it, particularly in the World Cup of Darts. It's the highest ranking players.
100.
We saw, I think, the very first World Cup. Phil Taylor and James Wade just didn't have the chemistry. They ended up losing to Spain. Of course, we saw Littler and Humphreys. Everybody thought it would be a breeze for them. They
57.
departed.
Yeah, and when it goes wrong with somebody like Littler and Humphreys, there was all sorts of reasons coming out for the next 2 weeks, wasn't there? Oh, they didn't travel together, they didn't do this, they didn't do that.
100.
Look, that's not how,
Sweden
not
number
how pairs is all
107.
about. Pairs is all about how you feel on the day when you put your foot to the hockey. You don't change your winning formula on how you travel or
45.
whatever and start
South
doing it
Africa
differently
require
because you're playing pairs.
156.
So I think, but when you're those two, the media hype is amazing.
Another one, Michael van Gerwen, has only ever won the
44.
World Cup with Raymond van
Sweden require
Barneveld.
125.
No other Dutch teammate he's managed to do it with.
$85. South
Well, this
Africa
is to
require
stay in the
112.
match.
$40. Sweden, you require 40. Game
And
shot and the match
is won.
to Sweden.
It's another one-sided affair in the end as Sweden become the first team to pick up 4 points. A 4-1 win against Scotland, followed by a 4-1 win against South Africa, as Andreas and Anton are enjoying their debut at the international pairs. There are the numbers. They were good value for the victory, and they are currently top of the table, but could be joined by Canada if they get the better of Wales next.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison.
And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to this International Pairs extravaganza at the Modus Super Series, all live and all free on Pluto TV. And now we have got meetings between teams who had the opposite fortunes in their opening fixtures. Canada got the better of South Africa with a 4-0 debut win. And finalists in International Pairs Week 1, 3 months ago, Wales went down 4-0 to the team that beat them in that final, the Netherlands, with the whitewash win over the Welsh. So can Wales put it right here, or will Canada carry on in the same fashion? The team is Jeff Smith, the Series 11 champion, and the returning Dawson Merschel, who's been out of the game of darts, out of the limelight for a number of years now, but has been lured back in by this battle for national pride. And as for Wales, well, it is Richie Burnett and Kurt Parry returning as the team representing the Red Dragon. What has Richie found now?
I'm not really sure, but I've spoken to Kurt Parry about this when we were out last week. 14 of us went out for it was Tommy Morris's birthday actually, so the 14 of us, Steve West included, and we headed off out. Mike Huntley as well. We headed off out for something to eat, and I was sat with Kurt and I said, how do you play pairs with Richie? And he said, you just ignore him.
140.
You just go and do your own thing, and just be quietly amused at what he's doing and try to take no notice. He said, and it's when the others react to what he's doing is when you notice what Richie is doing.
I remember rightly last time he was here, he located a screwdriver somehow and then passed it to someone in the audience.
As you do. I just think his box office and
100.
Such a big bonus to have somebody like him in darts. Really is. Particularly for us here, he's just entertainment. And
140.
Again, no animosity in anything in what he's doing. He's kind of doing it to try and motivate himself 9 times out of 10. He's not trying to put any opponent off. He's never been one of those types of players.
Well, Canada are a team that have got history with kind of an unorthodox pairing. Can anybody remember John Part and John Norman Jr. at the World Cup of Darts?
I met John Norman Jr. The one time I played at Ali Pali, he was playing in the same session as myself. And I walked in, I said, oh my goodness, it's John Norman Jr. He's going, what are you talking about, mate? And I said, you are an absolute legend of World Cup darts. And he was quite embarrassed at the fact that everybody kind of knew who he was for his antics, but he said, I don't know how to be anybody else than me. And so fair play to John Norman Jr., yeah.
Well, first leg of the day for Wales, claimed in 14 darts with a clinical kill of 96 from Kurt Parry.
57.
Those types of players are gold for us, though, here in the commentary box. That's the thing.
Yeah, it was just the dynamic, wasn't it, with the exaggerated celebrations of pretty much every visit from John Norman Jr. and the almost evident embarrassment of his partner, John Part.
100.
The problem was for him that every time he celebrated a treble 20 on an 85 or whatever, it made you think as the audience thinking, well, he can't hit many of these because he's celebrating every single one.
140.
Burnett with the iconic mule kick that still results in a 2 treble turn.
Do you remember the kids' game, Buckaroo? Where you pile the stuff on the back of the horse and the horse kicks and off it comes. And Richie reminds me of the game Buckaroo from back in my younger days.
Maybe we should get a set and get Richie to play Buckaroo. Or maybe Richie should be the Buckaroo and we'll pile stuff on him.
Yeah, a little bit different than when I'm down the Italian with you guys and I'm shoveling it in and everybody thinks of the Hungry Hippos.
Require 129.
Good start, good dart. He's gone double-double, but he's way off the mark.
170.
Great recovery, though, to leave Jeff Smith on a double if he returns.
Yeah, he's not that far out of the
49.
game, Dawson, that he doesn't know about the double-double trick of the new age.
So this to level.
Yes. On the second leg.
All square.
To Canada.
Smith seals the double. 2 holds a throw.
Third against Wales to throw first.
Jeff has recently returned back to one of his old stomping grounds with his dart manufacturer, and we've seen an upturn in his game by returning back to that. And I think for me, sometimes players get a little bit hooked up in having the need to have a darts manufacturer making their darts, when sometimes, in a business terms, you're better off to be throwing the dart that you need to throw because you can earn more money with it than maybe you get from when you sign with the company by them making them.
83.
And I think it's something that the younger players get hooked up in these days, feeling they need a darts manufacturer as a sponsor, but you've only got to make sure it's the right one for you and that the dart works for you.
100. $95.
Rather nonchalant throw there from Kurt Parry, but that's how he does it. Him and his shiny
60.
shoes.
Just trying to have a check of the score. He needs
100.
a treble to leave a finish. He gets a treble.
$85. Wales, you require 138. $58. Canada, you require 156.
Wales will come back looking at 80 to regain the lead.
100. Wales, you require 80.
Top right-hand corner available for Burnett.
Game shot.
Oh, and he hits it smack bang in the centre. But hits it indeed. Wales go 2-1 up.
To throw first. Game on.
And he's rubbing the magic lamp. Still the genie is yet to appear.
$95.
Oh, we all dream of genie.
96.
I believe actually once the genie did appear for Richie Burnett and said, "You've got 2 wishes." He said, "Well, first of all, I'll have an everlasting pint, please." And they said, "What's your second wish?" He said, "Same again."
Boom, boom. He's almost here all week.
54. 57. $137.
Yeah, nicely picked up from Kurt Parry.
$92.
Every game has been pretty one-sided. This was a trend last week as well, wasn't it? 4-0s and 4-1s through the group stages
100.
in the Rising Stars week, which was a great success.
92. Wales, you require 140. $94. Canada, you require 120.
Anything but for Jess Smith when he's going for 120.
80.
Didn't want that.
Wales, you require 20.
Treble 5. He's left it, but it's now.
No score.
Burnett misses, and he cannot believe it.
Canada, you require 40.
Yeah, that was a real opportunity for the Welsh. Dawson Michelle trying to keep this game on throw. He's got one dart at double 5, and he
Game
nails
on the
it
fourth
for
leg
2-2.
to
So
Canada.
this is already the closest contest we've had so far today.
Fifth leg, it's Wales to throw
Richie
first.
head in hand there. He cannot
Game
believe he had a chance to break. If you can zoom in on his hand there, that would have been great. Because I think I saw him sticking a shellac nail on his finger.
He also just threatened to punch the speaker.
60.
Order! Order!
Yeah, I saw him. I'm sure I saw him sticking a shellac. He was
92.
either doing something to his dart hand, and I think he was sticking a shellac fingernail on top of his finger because he rests his point under the fingernail on his hand.
100.
And I think you might find 3 bitten off fingers and 1 big long fingernail, and I believe it could be a
99.
false one.
Well, he's still...
Oh, that's it. Put your hand in your pocket so we can't see it, Richie.
He's checking the fingernails, isn't he?
85.
So it's either that or he's thinking I should give them a brush tonight.
It would be pretty obvious if it was a pink one that he glued on there. Why didn't he do that for us?
Oh, I should have had a nice red dragon painted on them,
85.
shouldn't
Yeah, absolutely.
Right,
But I think when he...
Oh, there you see, you're right. He has got some sort of... That is eagle-eyed from Mr. Mitchell, I have to say.
43.
It did help that I saw him playing with super glue out the back and I didn't know what he was doing.
58.
Love that. The quirks that we have as dart players, it's crazy.
Never seen
know-
that one before. False
But
nail.
absolutely, but the simple ones are like putting your left sock on or your right sock on
Canada,
first in the morning. They're the
167.
simple ones, aren't they? It's getting more in depth nowadays.
I think for Richie, it's about putting the left shoe on the left foot, to be honest, sometimes.
Wales, you require 78.
Yeah.
78. He's pretty good with the old darts mind. Former world champ, of course. And looking to locate another top, similar to the one he hit earlier, actually. And he's done it
Game
again.
on the fifth leg.
Burnett shows who's
To
boss.
Wales.
And he leads with Parry 3-2 over the Canadian
Sixth
team.
flag, it's Canada to throw
I have to
first.
confess, the whole
Game
fingernail
on.
thing, I actually rest my point on my fingernail as well. And if I break it, then I glue it back on. I don't take it off or anything. I
60.
glue it back on until the tournament, whatever I'm playing at the weekend, is over. Then I'll trim it off and allow it to grow for the next one. So it's something, he's not the only one that
37.
has a fingernail issue. I have to confess, I do the same, which is probably why I noticed it.
Well, notice this.
140.
140 from Smith to keep Canada on course to force the first decider of the session.
100. 140.
I have to say, Michelle is not off the pace, is he?
45.
We were worried about him at the start, coming out of retirement a little bit to play in this, but you have to say, Jeff,
93.
in the interview, had every faith in him, and you can see why.
All Bennett can do here is try and pile on some pressure.
43.
Unable to do so.
It's looking like it's going to be our
Canada
first game that's
requires
gone all the way,
68.
isn't it?
Yeah, and it could be a big moment for Wales in particular.
Game shot on the sick flag.
Because they've
To
been forced to a
Canada.
decider with that fantastic finish from Michelle, and they'd have lost their
Seventh
first two
and
matches.
final leg, it's Wales
If you
to
cast
throw
your mind back
first. Game
to
on.
the first international pairs week, Wales were running away with Group A, weren't they? And they were actually pipped at the post by Scotland, who infamously went into that final day at 100 to 1 to win the group.
140.
Yeah, it was indeed. And the other thing with pairs is you can't really you can't help what your partner's doing. If your partner starts to have a bit of a mare, you've got to try and drag them out of it. Puts a little bit more pressure on you, and then you start trying a little bit harder.
55.
So then all of a sudden you have 2 or 3 bad scores in a row because you're playing for one another. And when one goes wrong, you try that little bit harder for the other, and sometimes it goes wrong again.
45.
Well, Dawson Michelle there did all the hard work hitting the 180. It's been undone by Jeff Smith with 45 to follow. Should look at ball.
139.
And being undone by a superb visit from Kurt Parry,
Going to need 2 trebles now.
who's another, you have to say, 2025 has been a fantastic year for him. And he won't want it to
94.
end.
One of those players who I
Well,
think will credit
167.
playing here at the Modus Super Series for an upturn in form.
I can actually tell you, hot off the press, yes, he does, having spoken to him about it last week.
Burnett not interested in the 167. He just wants to get the match won for Wales.
123.
And that will go a long way to winning it.
Yeah, clever darts and dead tidy to be at 144 after 12. Jeff's going to try and be on 82.
47.
I can see why he did that. Had they hit the 25 there, been a slightly easier shot.
12.
Well,
Canada,
Dawson
you
started the leg with a
require
180. Can he finish it in style?
135.
Caught the flight there, Parry, didn't he? But, yeah. Marshall, not going to go now. 110 left.
85.
Leaves Jeff
Wales,
with the
you
bullseye.
require
Is he going to
32.
come back to 50, or is it all about Burnett and the 32?
Game
It is all
shot
about
on
Richie
the
Burnett and the
match
32.
to Wales.
A good win there for the Welsh pairing over Canada. Richie Burnett, very pleased with proceedings there. Nearly left Binksy hanging after he put his hand out. But yeah, here's the scores on the doors. 4-3 win to the Welsh. 88 and 87 shows you how tight the game is. We head off into a short break, and when we return, it will be Scotland taking on the Netherlands.
.54. Charlie McGuire, 164. .44. .32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
.26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
.40.
Definitely Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the Yoki with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
On we go then here on this International Pairs Week at the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, and the champions chucked well in their opening match. 4-0 the Netherlands beat Wales, who have bounced back with a victory over Canada in the previous game. Scotland hoping to do something similar after they went down 4-1 to Sweden in their opener. If Netherlands can win, they will join the Swedes at the top of the table with 2 wins from 2. A lot of conversation going on between the players and the referee, Owen Binks.
Yeah, fair bit of jibber jabber going on up there, isn't there?
I didn't see Paul Hinks get this much aggro from the players last week.
I'm sure it's all friendly banter and talking about the upcoming match.
First
Yeah, just
leg,
sorting
it's
the order
Scotland
out
to
by the
throw
looks of it.
first.
Yeah.
Game on.
So Thornton in to throw first this time.
140.
And does that 140 make that now the new right decision?
I think that might be what they were checking. Can we change order from the previous match? And you can. Jimmy Van Ski has stayed as the
180.
first thrower. He gets a 140 and he gets a 180. And Robert Thornton says, what are you doing that for? So much more to watch, isn't there, when there are more players on the stage?
100.
Let's do triples next series.
I think we'll have to extend the stage.
Danny Van Truyck wish we extended it last time, but hang on a minute.
140.
Oh.
That reaction, it really has. That 3-ball attempt by bullseye attempt by Anton Osland
60.
early doors really has set this up for the week, hasn't it? They are all thinking about this pairs 9 darter.
Never been seen on TV.
105.
Never been seen on TV, does a calm down.
Yeah, no Glenn's watching today. It was him and Claire Stamper who produced a mixed pairs 9 darter. I'm assuming she had 2 visits.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, definitely. No, I do know it was the other way round. Glenn Forever, the gentleman,
56.
through first. Didn't let the lady through first.
Well, a missed double here. A missed single. But he can bail himself out on the bull.
25.
Not to beat.
The Netherlands require 20.
Very, very proficient at double 10, usually, Jimmy Van Skeet. It's a good double for him, and it proves to be the case there.
To the Netherlands.
As Netherlands break, that's now 5 unanswered legs for the Dutch today.
Second leg, it's the Netherlands to throw first. Game on. 140.
Yeah, when Jimmy looks at that treble and he's got the eye of the tiger, which he has currently at the moment, he just never looks like he's going to miss on the big trebles, particularly on the scoring section of the game.
60.
He's a first start follower, and I'm going to do that old joke again. I've known Jimmy since he was a youth player. I've known him so long, I remember him when he was 6'1".
140.
Yeah, the towering Dutchman, who, of course, has had success on the PDC Tour this year, made a quarter-final on the Players' Championship circuit after a call-up recently. Danny Van Tripe has just returned from a 2-year tour card stint. And I think it's actually done him the world of good.
140.
Yeah, I'd agree, and I think he's sort of
100. Scotland to require 150.
been able to sort of gather his game back together, hasn't he? Once you go over to the Pro Tours, you know what is needed and where you're aiming for. Whereas when you go over for the first time, you kind of go over a bit blind to it and under a bit of momentum, so it kind of goes well for you generally in the first couple of months. And it's when the sort of honeymoon period is over, then the Pro Tour becomes a bit of a problem for you.
56. Scotland to require 88.
To break straight back. Just take care of the big one and then bed the bullseye. And
Game
Robert
shot
Thornton
the
does exactly
leg
that.
To Scotland. Third leg,
And
it's
he's a
Scotland
very
to throw
happy
first.
chappy about
Game
it.
on. 100.
Yeah, he looks very much more comfortable throwing first, doesn't he? That's one thing we can say, because we are seeing a different Robert Thornton
140.
here from game one.
And credit to the team, it didn't work for them in the first match. They've changed it. Having a good laugh with
60.
Jimmy Van Ski in the background a lot of the time.
Yeah, he could walk up to Jimmy and give him a cuddle on, give him a kiss on the belly button, couldn't he?
140.
Unfortunate there, as that dart kaplunks out of the board.
Yeah, and Robert had a face like he was sat on a thistle.
$60. $96. The Netherlands record 161. $125.
And the one thing you have to say about Van Tripe, for all we talk about with Van Ski,
60.
Van Tripe backs him up really
Netherlands
well. That
record
camaraderie
36.
between the two of them really does work.
Game shown the
Well,
third
3
leg
breaks a throw on
to
the
the
spin. The Netherlands regain the lead. That one won in 15 darts.
Fourth leg, it's the Netherlands to throw first.
Now, odd little
Game
kit
on.
selection, this, isn't it, from the two teams? Because we've got matching shirts for the Netherlands. But Robert Thornton seems to be wearing a Scotland team shirt. Scott Campbell doesn't.
69.
No, agreed, but maybe they hadn't discussed where it was going. It's still a Scotland shirt of sorts for me that Campbell's got on,
100.
but not one that quite matches what Robert has on. So maybe the WhatsApp wasn't
100.
working last night between the two. Obviously, other forms of communication available.
Yeah.
Tin can and a piece of string.
Reminds me of Trigger when nobody told him it was fancy dress. Scott Campbell's turned up as a dart player.
180.
The dart player he most certainly is.
100.
180 apiece. Each team striking a maxi in the match. And it could be another breaker throw.
41.
Although that doesn't serve the Scottish purpose well. That certainly aids the Netherlands. As Van Ski now looks to get some daylight between the teams.
4 180s today for
81.
the Dutch duo.
152.
2 apiece for Van Tripe and Van Ski.
12.
I thought we were going 2 apiece in this match.
Well, 2 tops would see the outcome occur.
20.
Robert Thornton furious,
Netherlands
having
require
missed the
40.
first, and now a chance for a 3-1 advantage. Can't get much closer.
Game
Oh,
shot
that's
the full
perfect.
bag to the Netherlands.
So Netherlands do open up that 2-leg cushion. Scotland must win the final
Fifth leg,
3
it's
legs, or it
Scotland
will
to
be
throw
2
first.
defeats from 2
Game.
for them.
$60.
Yeah, that double top was not tripe from Van Tripe. It was excellent.
$57.
The Dutch were made second favourites with the odd compilers to win this week. England 3-1 favourites. They're going to join on Thursday in Group B. Steve Beaton and Adrian Lewis, the England pairing. Lewis returning to play televised darts for the first time in the best
55.
part of 2.5 years.
So do you reckon they've called each other and matched shirts and everything?
Well, we will find out. Thursday, 10 p.m. Make sure you've got it here on Pluto TV. They're going to be joined by Ireland and USA. And the other teams joining in Group C, Germany, Denmark and Switzerland.
58.
Denmark and Switzerland, new countries. Germany, a new pairing this time around.
$61. $140. It's got
Looked easier to hit the 180 than miss it there from Van Tripe.
$32.
Well, a big visit here would really apply some darting duress to the throw of Scott Campbell.
133.
That should do it.
Scotland to require 108.
Double 14.
91. The Netherlands require
Didn't look right, that. Scott Campbell, usually so measured, he just seemed to lose the grip of the dart in his fingers as he gestures the same to Robert Thornton. And Danny Van Tripe capitalises immediately. So the Netherlands have made the perfect start. 2 wins from 2. Ultimately for Scotland, that means the opposite. 2 defeats from 2 for them. The Dutch climb to the top of the table with that 4-1 victory to back up the 4-0 win they had over Wales, who are back in action next as they take on South Africa. So, 6 games into this International Pairs Special Week, the second that has been held here at the Modus Super Series, and it's been the Netherlands and Sweden that have made the best starts. 4-1 win for Sweden over Scotland, followed by the same scoreline over South Africa, but the Netherlands have only dropped 1 leg so far with wins over Wales and Scotland. That leaves the Dutch pairing, the defending champions, Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Trijp, top of the table by the odd leg over Sweden. Canada and Wales both have wins to their names. Scotland and South Africa yet to get off the mark. And Devon Peterson and Carl Gabriel would hope to change that here as they do battle with Kurt Parry and Richie Bennett, really warmed up in their win over Canada. Last leg decider, saw the Welsh take it there. South Africa, I think, are the team that haven't really managed to get going yet, Scott.
Yeah, it has been a slow start, but I have to say a difficult start as well, having taken on the Canadians in the form of Jeff Smith and Dawson Marshall, and in their second game, taking on the Swedes. So it doesn't get any easier. They're now taking on the Welsh in the form of Richie Bennett and Kurt Parry, and we know they have a bit of a camaraderie, so
first leg, it's
doesn't get any easier for the new pairing of South Africa, and they have chosen not to try and change as of yet. Maybe order a throw. Change of order, change of luck. Devon's obviously not thinking like that at the moment.
Yeah, and I think that's typical Peterson, to be fair.
84.
He's one of those people who's put the growth of darts in, well, not just his country, his whole continent, above his own career at times. And
100.
wants to help other players on. And it's not a surprising decision to see him put Carl as first throw when you consider
100
what he does for darts in Africa.
Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. Selfless is the word that we use alongside Devon, and he is so proud to be the leading figure in it, and he's also so proud that he's in a position that he can do something about it within his home nation, and passionate about what is going on over there with South African darts, and yeah, he's what I call a real ambassador of the game over there.
Well, it's Richie Bennett rolling back the years here. Can't quite take out the big combo. Didn't, of course, have South Africa in the first International Pairs Week. The African representation was Kenya.
47. Wales, you required 20. Ten. South Africa, you require 149.
Well, this would be a real pocket picker. Not going to happen.
30. Wales, you require 10.
I found legs hard to come by South Africa because the scoring's not quite been on point.
It was an odd choice of last dart from Devon Peterson as well.
6.
And it may matter because
South Africa,
you went for an 18 to leave 119. At 17 would probably have been a better shot, wouldn't it? To leave him 120.
59.
Yeah, I'm going to give him 2 stabs at the treble.
This has been a doubling disaster from Wales so far.
2.
They have missed
South
9
Africa
darts at the outer
requires
ring
60.
in a leg that they've absolutely dominated. And Devon Peterson can step in here and snatch it away.
40. Wales, you require 2.
Could have, would have, perhaps should have.
Good marker. 2 good markers.
No score.
Well, that's a dirty dozen now
South Africa, you require 20.
for Wales. Devon Peterson giving his opponent his teammate some vocal support.
Game shown the first
That
leg
is a
to
real
South
steal
Africa.
from South Africa.
Second leg against Wales to trophy.
But I can't believe it.
Game on.
I know, Richie. At least Dick Turpin had a mask and a hat. You could see him come in on his horse.
44.
It's definitely daylight robbery from the South Africans.
30.
Good thing about darts is you're back at the
55.
hockey, aren't you, trying to put it right. It's not like snooker where you make a mistake and then you're forced to sit down and watch it all unfold in front of you.
No, agreed,
81.
very much so. And
84.
Well, Devin Peterson was trying to practice there, and Kurt Parry kind of got in the way of
97.
his ghost throw. It is a small stage here at the Super Series. It wasn't ever initially designed with having pairs darts in mind, as Danny Van Tripe found out when he fell off it.
140.
I'm sure we could get our builders back to extend it somehow.
180.
Yeah, but then you take out the front row on a Saturday night. By the way, there are still a
94.
handful of tickets available, so do head to dartshop.tv to get yours.
Yeah, this week's looking like a cracker with some star
69.
names going to be on show.
Motion required 84.
14 segment. And Burnett wants the ball.
59. South Africa required 44.
Double 16 for Devin Peterson to double South Africa's lead.
28.
Is that
Wales
going to be one that
required
got away?
25.
Wales have thrown 13 darts at doubles in this match. They've missed the lot.
17.
Not by much, but they've missed the lot.
South Africa requires 16.
And they're hitting.
Gauge on the second leg.
That's what matters.
To South Africa. Third
Well,
leg at South Africa. to
Wales
throw
scratching their
first.
heads
Game.
and the chins, and they'll think this should be 2-0 to them. And that's why 15 darts at double
100.
with no success.
Yeah, and if you keep that up, you're not going to be getting away with too much for very long, are you? You're soon going to find yourself on the tail end of the pile.
62.
It was interesting. I asked the question, didn't I, for Dawson Michelle about him and Adrian Lewis making this comeback. And is it
100.
almost easier to do it in a pairs setup where you get lost a little bit? It's not just all about you. But he actually said it might be harder because
97.
you find yourself playing for your opponent, for your teammates, as well.
Yeah, agreed. It is. It's
99.
It's letting yourself down, and you can kind of accept that when you're not quite feeling it with inside. You accept that you haven't felt it, and it doesn't quite feel
70.
right. It's very difficult to accept when you're playing as part of a pair that it does make you concentrate a little harder. And with that, you throw the little bit more tightness,
100.
and the sort of throw starts to sort of escalate and start doing little things wrong.
45. Why was your record 143?
Well, it would be ironic if they took out a big one here, but that ain't going to happen. So 127
91. South Africa
is a
record
shot
120.
for South Africa and Devin Peterson. Not going to go. So at least 2 more darts are going to be thrown at double here for the Welsh.
43.
Burnett with the job of hitting.
52.
Can he end the doubles drought?
32.
17 now.
South Africa require 84.
And it looks like Wales are going under. 69 remaining. Misses that big number as well. Devon Peterson
32.
smiles
Wales require
knowingly.
20.
You might half expect to be back the way things have been going. Well,
10.
this is remarkable. 20 now missed at
South
double.
Africa require 52.
Yeah, it's definitely beginning to be a bit of a pain to the Welsh.
32.
But if they can hit now,
Wales require 10.
it's a breaker throw. It's game on. Parry can't look. Burnett can't hit. The tally keeps rising. Can he put an end to this troubling trend? Yes, he
Sean the
can.
third leg to Wales.
It took 22 darts, but finally the Welsh are off the mark with a break to boot.
Game on.
And Richard Burnett's going to let everybody know about it.
Yeah, that was a bit of a come on to Kurt, and Kurt said, yeah, I know. And this is the response.
140.
South Africans going to rue that miss to go 3-0.
Yeah, it's not. Always how many you miss, is it? It's when you miss that can make the big difference.
Yeah, all about the timing.
$85.
You may notice the big difference in equipment for Devon Peterson as well. He uses that 3-finned flight.
100.
Said that slowly for a reason.
It does travel through the air a little quicker and makes a 21 gram feel like a 25. It flies nice and flat and straighter. Makes it feel like a heavier dart to throw.
121.
Also noticeable that he's kind of doing practice swings when he's waiting at the back of the stage to just try and keep the arm because of the delay of waiting 3 visits rather than 1.
60. Wales require 57.
Well, it started very, very badly for Wales this game.
47.
Kurt Parry still can't locate a double, but Burnett will be back.
$60. Wales require 10. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Has found his range. 2-2.
Fifth leg,
The
it's
damage has
South
been
Africa to throw
repaired.
first. Game on.
And this can always be difficult for one of your pairings if
190.
one of them's not kind of doing it and it feels like the other one's doing it all. But the thing is, oh, here we go.
140.
We know that in the next game it could be the totally opposite way round.
100.
The next game is a battle between the two undefeated teams. Sweden and the Netherlands will go toe-to-toe.
84.
In fact, that should be toe-to-toe to toe-to-toe, shouldn't it?
Toe-to-toe to toe-to-toe. Did you
40.
spend the reins down in Africa?
$134. 55. Well, I was require 143.
143 for Richie B. Good last.
Yeah, just as the South Africans were feeling there may have been a bit of glimmer of hope here. But that hits a big treble 19 and all about the timing.
Game shot.
That'll make Parry feel better, won't it?
To Wales.
He hadn't hit a double yet. He has now.
Sixth leg, it's Wales to throw first.
And they've turned around the 2-leg deficit and now are throwing for the win. So much going on, isn't there?
Let's go throwing. The speaker rubbing.
$100.
He looked like Huddersfield Town Centre on a Friday afternoon for a moment then.
$100.
No disrespect to Huddersfield, I'm from there. Fantastic place to come
100.
from. Terrible place to go back to, but fantastic place to come from.
Yeah, all we need now is Richie Burnett breaking into our radiators, trying to fill up his pot noodles, and we got the lot.
And that story was told in full, wasn't it, on
84.
Pluto TV at the Oven to Hockey special, when Burnett and Beaton were treated to a feast by Paul Nicholson. Owen Binks also featured in that.
44.
He said the radiator water was so brown that he didn't need the sachet of sauce in the pot noodle.
What a boy. What a boy. Good little feature that as well.
89.
On Pluto TV, that can be found.
Yeah, wouldn't mind getting invited for the next one. Anything for a free dinner.
100. South Africa record 128.
Well, South Africa trying to stay in it here. And this can't be finished now. So an opportunity for the Welsh to win.
44. Wales require 104.
Good dart.
84. South Africa
This
require
has to go.
84.
Only one way now. Bullseye.
37. Wales require 20.
So for a second win from their first three matches. Good recovery this from Wales, who went down 4-0 in their first game of the day.
Game
But they have
shut down the
bounced back
match
after a
to
slow start,
Wales.
both in this match and in the day as a whole. Coming back from losing the first couple of legs, missing bucket loads of darts at double in the process, to put things right and win by 4 legs to 2. The numbers really aren't going to be pretty reading after all those missed darts at double, but the points are in the pocket. That's the important thing. The top 2 go head-to-head next as Sweden take on the Netherlands.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6, Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler.
Well, this brings us to the halfway stage of the opening day of the second International Pairs Week to be held here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth at the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV. And this 8th match of today's 15 features two teams who have won both of their opening encounters. Jimmy Van Ski and Danny Van Tripe, of course, the winners of the first event that was held here 3 months ago, taking on the debuting team of Sweden, featuring Andreas Harrison and Anton Östlund.
First leg, it's Sweden to throw first. Game on.
Anton taking his time before towing the hockey to throw his first darts. By the way, that means that the
55.
Dutch are on a 5-match winning streak at the moment because they won their last 3 matches on finals night.
100.
Just confirmation that it is indeed the Netherlands. There we go. The last defeat, ironically, was to Richie Burnett and Kurt Parry on that finals night. In the group stages, they lost 4-3 before beating them 4-1 in the final.
58.
Neither team looking to change the order at the moment. I suppose if it's not broken, don't change it.
$58. $140.
Almost producing that incredible. I mean, it was an incredible leg, but it would have gone down in history. Not just the first televised pairs 9-darter, but one that was so close to being completed on 3 bullseyes in their opening game. I think Östlund thought that might have been in for a moment.
9.
Doesn't matter that it's not. The Dutch haven't really put any pressure on in this first leg.
No, it's like they can see that these are their rivals for the group, maybe, and they're targeting one another. And it's been a very slow start from the Dutch here in leg 1 against the Swedes. And Harrison takes out double 16.
Second leg against the Netherlands to throw
16 dart holder throw for the Swedes.
He himself, of course, has hit a 9-darter on the Super Series stage, Andreas Harrison.
140. $60.
Following this, we're going to see Canada take on Scotland. Yet to win, Robert Thornton and Scott Campbell.
140.
That'll bring an end to the second round of fixtures.
140.
South Africa also winless. They have played 3 games.
$130.
Well, if it was a slow start in leg 1 from the Dutch, Not something you could accuse them of
96.
here. 91
Netherlands
after
record
9
91.
darts. Not too shabby at all. Double 16 coming in.
75.
I'll have to be honest, Mr. Van Tripe, I live a touch closer than that.
Jimmy must love double 8. He's just set him up for it.
100.
So we went for the
Netherlands
big
requires
16. Good idea.
Well, for parity, at 1 apiece. And you wouldn't put it past the Swedes to take out the 105, so pressure on this.
No
Not
score.
found.
Sweden require 100.
Double 8 saying, not by the hair on my chinny chin, I will not let you in.
Urslan, the man tasked with the tidy up. Oh, that was close.
89. The Netherlands requires 16. Game shot in the second leg to the Netherlands.
And this is what the Dutch pair do. One
So like
misses,
it's
one
Sweden to throw
tidies up.
first. Game on.
More often than not.
Be interesting to see what kind of mood Jimmy Van Ski is in this week. I know he was bitterly disappointed after losing that final to Jeff Smith,
177.
and you would be. It's his second final, and he's lost in the last leg decider as well of an entire series.
140.
Well, here we go again. Now what does he do?
130.
I thought he might go for the 174 because it would have left that 3 bulls again, wouldn't it?
You two cheeky little characters playing with us, aren't
60.
you? You Swedes.
Well, I think we can safely say it is a pact that they've made. If they're going to do it, that's the way they're going to do it.
134. 134. Sweden, you require 52. $36. The Netherlands, you require 167.
So 167 here. We'll bring the roof in. Not to be. And we've now got
139.
the Dutch having a
Sweden
little
requires
smile to
60.
themselves all the time. This is good stuff here.
Double 8 though to regain
Yeah,
the
he's on
lead,
the
and that's what
third
Anton
leg to
Urslan does
Sweden.
for Sweden. I'm not sure about the nickname, you know, One Ton.
Fourth leg, it's the Netherlands to throw first.
I think he should
Game.
higher his expectations.
What, to 2 ton? I'm going to make a comment here about
59.
Anton. I think he's, since we last seen him here, I think he's progressed as a player. On the mental side of things. I'm not talking about ability. The ability's always been there.
140.
But I think sometimes his mental side of his game has maybe wandered at times.
60.
But I think we're seeing a very much more focused Anton Urslan here. And I'm, for one, am
46.
pretty impressed. Maybe it's the pairs dynamic that's making him focused a little bit more because he is playing for a partner as well as himself. But
40.
or maybe fatherhood makes you a different person mentally.
I think he knows he's got a partner he can rely on as well.
137.
Oh, that does make a difference. It does make a difference.
$140.
Like I say, we play pairs so seldomly these days that to sort of partner up with a partner that you're
138.
kind of happy with
Sweden, you require 78.
is an opportunity you don't often get.
And this is an opportunity for a break of throw. Double 12. Double 6 to snaffle it up.
Game shot.
And the Swedes lead by
to
3
Sweden.
legs to 1 against the defending champions here.
Fifth leg, it's
And are
Sweden
we
to throw
seeing
first.
the emergence
on.
of a a real contending nation.
Is it emergence, or did we have a feel that they were going to be there and thereabouts anyway?
135.
Thereabouts, certainly. I'm not sure I've spoken to many people who picked them out as winners before a dart was thrown.
57.
It seemed to be Netherlands or England, which is ironic because there was a long time that it seemed to be that in PDC darts as well.
No, very true.
81.
Things have changed more recently.
100.
World Cup getting shared out, isn't it, in recent years?
But I think that's more to do with the other nations catching up now to the top nations. And
96.
the little effect and how the game has changed really rapidly in the last 18 months.
60.
For me, there are more players doing the standard now than ever before. Standard's been raised a little bit by the two Lukes. And if you're going to compete, you've got to go with it. And I think of the bunch underneath, there's more of them doing much of a muchness now. Whereas in the Taylor era, there were 2 or 3 that were doing that average that could match him.
Sweden, you require
Now we're talking anything inside the top 64 are capable of matching him, in my opinion.
Well, this could be over here.
58.
Couldn't locate a treble.
The Netherlands, you require
but
149.
this might have to be hit.
Yeah, you'd think so. And Ski here is not going to do it.
$88. Sweden, you require 72.
Great dart. 36 scored, 36 left. 36 hits. And it's Sweden, who are the unbeaten duo after 3 matches. The Netherlands defeated for the first time. And it is the Swedes who have the lead in the table. 3 wins from 3 for Messrs Harrison and Ursland. And that one, a very strong standout display. An average of more than 98, 40% on the doubles, and a 4-1 victory against the defending champions. Next, Canada and Scotland.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV. If you just joined us, you've just missed the Swedes, who are now top of the table. Beat the Dutch 4 legs to 1. As you now join us, it's Scotland now that take on Canada. And the Canadians have had a bit of a good start. They had a 4-1 win against South Africa in our opening match. They went down to the Welsh in their second game 4-3, but so mixed stuff for them. This is their third match of the day, and if they're going to stay in touch with the guys at the top, a win against Scotland, you would say, for Canada is vital, but the Scottish switched their throw around in their last match. In the first match they played and lost, Scott Campbell was leading the line and throwing at number 1. He did confirm the rules with our referee Owen Binks in their second match to see if they could swap. And that turned their fortunes round in their second game with them winning. So they look to have swapped back for this one.
100.
Oh no, looking down, they lost out to Van Ski and Tripe, who were top of the table at the time. So they've swapped back to the original.
Yeah, I now wonder if it is actually
60.
an agreement rather than indecisiveness, because, well, we'll see as the day plays out if they alternate all the way through. Whatever happens, that they could have decided to do that, couldn't they?
Yeah, I get where you're coming from, Murph. Yeah, absolutely. So you throw first this one, I throw first that one, rather than stay the same all the way through. Interesting tactic. Maybe they do that today and then say, right, well, this we felt
better,
smoother as a pair. Yeah, maybe that could work.
So Canada, they've stuck with Michelle throwing first.
Yeah, no need not to. I think Michelle's done really well throwing from the start, and
125.
They will look great win in their first match against South Africa, and then they only went down 4-3, as you said, against Wales. So haven't done much wrong, have they?
119.
No, agreed. Not in my eyes, they haven't. I'd say Awesome Dawson's not been up the creek.
Very, very good.
79. Canada for 128.
That brings back memories. Another double 10. Oh, that is super stuff from Smith.
To Canada.
The silencer with the fanfare finish
Second leg against
to
Scotland
give
to
Canada
throw
the lead
first.
against
Game
the Scots. One thing I will say about this pair's dynamic is I've never seen so many dart players smiling. They really enjoy playing in it, don't they?
Yeah, I did say at the top of the show, obviously, the players arrive here around
140.
between 7:30 and 8 o'clock generally for the 9:30 start. And I was in early this morning, so I had a bit of time to kill once I'd done a few bits of research. And I just went out the back there. Obviously, I've played in the circle with most of these guys as well, so I'm not a stranger in the camp to them. And yeah, we were having a long chat in there, and the laughs and the things that were going on. I didn't want to come back up here and be in the commentary box. I wanted to stay down there listening to the story. So you could feel that there was going to be that vibe about this group of players, and it has spread up onto the stage. There's no two ways about it, and it's spread up by one. There's good play. Everybody's thrown with a bit of freedom and not too edgy, and two, they're enjoying each other's company when they're up there, and that just makes for better darts in general.
100.
Yep, superb to watch. I'm sure you're all enjoying it at home. Most of you, if you're watching in the UK, will have the day off. Myself and Mr. Mitchell weren't afforded that, but we wouldn't have it any other way.
Scotland requires
No,
76.
we're a proper pair of jobbers, aren't we? Work on a bank holiday.
I don't think there ever is a day off in your life, is there, Scott?
No, here. Coming here feels like a day off.
36.
Oh, is that heading towards the treble then?
Canada, you require 100.
And our referee Owen Binks' foot as well, by the looks of things.
It's actually a nice, happy accident if they come back, because Thornton loves tops, doesn't he?
68.
And Michelle can't find that target, so here comes a Thorn to pin his favourite double. Can't manage it. 10s for cover.
30.
Can't manage that either.
Canada, you require 40.
Big chance goes begging there
10.
to break and double the advantage.
Maybe that's what the problem was. You know, the emphasis was on it was a break.
No score.
Scott Campbell's thinking, give me a break.
Canada, you
As
require
he misses
10.
the big number and allows the Canadians back to the hockey. Michel does not make the same mistake.
8.
But he fails to find the double.
Scotland, you require 10. Game shot on the second leg to Scotland.
A celebratory Highland jig
Canada
there
to
from
first.
Robert
Game.
Thornton on the completion of the leg on double 5.
Been so many legs today that you would
41.
categorise as average busters. That both teams are playing well, and then suddenly neither can hit a double. So when you look at the stats at the end of the day's play, you see what every team is averaging. It won't really tell you much because I think every team's been through it at some point.
Yeah, I think they have.
180.
First max of the match is hit by Jeff Smith for
60.
Canada.
It's Jeff's first max of the day as well.
$96. $95. $60.
Is he staying there?
174.
Perfect for Robert Thornton.
Canada, you require 124. $99. Scotland, you require 32.
Not quite perfect from Dawson. Can Campbell claim it? Yes, he
shot on
can.
the third leg to Scotland.
On the back of the shirt,
Full
there,
leg, it's Scotland to throw
it
first.
seems to be a silhouette of Sir
Game
Mel
on.
Gibson from that famous film, What Women Want.
I was going to say.
No, I'm sure it's a nod to Braveheart, isn't it?
134. 98.
The word brave dart springs to mention.
There
And
we
obviously,
go.
we all think of Jamie Harvey when we say that.
140.
You can break our throw, but you can never take our freedom.
Now you got to say it in more of an Australian accent if you're Mel Gibson. A little bit how the Australians sound Geordie if you're Paul Nicholson.
$81.
Another showing of national pride. Bit of tartan on the sleeves as well.
140. Scotland.
Well represented on their
146.
shirts by the maple leaf.
14. Canada, you require 164. $87. Scotland, you require 106.
And the Scots now looking at 106 to open up a 3-leg cushion. Still looking for their first win here, Scotland.
50. Canada, you require 77. $57. Scotland, you
And they
require
might well get
56.
it, this, for a 2-leg cushion.
$36. Canada, you require 20.
It's happening again.
16.
Yeah,
Scotland,
rare
you
miss
require
from
20.
Jeff Smith, and you could see the frustration.
Game shot on the 4th leg to Scotland.
Because he knew that was going to happen,
5th
I
leg, it's
think, was the
Canada to
frustration
throw
from
first. Game on.
Jeff Smith.
Canada now need 3 consecutive legs to prevent handing
60.
Scotland their first victory of the group. It's not the first dart player to have a famous person on his shirt, by the way.
Is he not?
You've never seen my dart shirt, have you?
140.
I've got Paul Daniels on the back of mine.
Have you?
Yeah. I'm sure the social media
57.
team will dig it out again.
Is that because you score not a lot?
Thank you, yeah. Magic
60.
Murph was the famous going down. It was given to me as a gift, actually, by my Premier In League rival.
Very nice too.
Sponsored by Gravy.
140. $30.
Well, it came off just a little there for Jeff
84.
Smith.
Campbell gives Thornton a little nod saying, "Don't worry, pal, I'll take this out."
100. Scotland to require 160.
Thornton says yes, no problem, as he leans his elbow on the drinks table.
Well, he might be right. He told him he would.
120.
Couldn't quite keep the promise.
Canada you require 111.
Couldn't indeed.
Well, now the double.
93.
Not to be, so Thornton to
It's gonna
claim
require 40.
the first win for the Tartan 2.
Game shot.
And he does
of the
indeed,
match
takes out
to
double top
Scotland.
for the Tartan duo against the Canadians. A little discussion there about something going on, but not quite sure what. Oh, it looks to be about whether the board's straight or not. But there we go. Our Scottish run out, the victors 4-1 in that one. We head into a short break, and on our return, it's Wales taking on the Swedes.
We are going Dutch. Laura Turner and I are going to look at the throws of not just any Dutch duo, but the international pairs winners in Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Tripe. Two very different styles made a very successful team. Yeah, we think 6'7" and maybe some interest as well. I wonder what height he is when he's actually throwing, because there's an awful lean to kind of counter that there, isn't there, as well?
There is, and you have to, we do see it with players when they lean forward, he will use his shoulder and there'll be more movement. He's one of those players that is almost feeling the dart, he's reacting to it. With the wrist, the bend in the wrist that you're talking about, if he hasn't quite got that right and up in position by the time he releases, then he might try and overcompensate by the time he gets to the point of releasing as well. So whilst it's a bit more natural, a bit more fluid, I actually think there are probably more things that can technically go wrong with this kind of throw.
A memorable moment, wasn't it, from that international pair's success?
I know, we shouldn't laugh, but obviously, no Danny Van Trijps were hurt in the making of this video.
Coming up straight after the live session here at International Pairs, the defending champions, Team Netherlands, have their throws analysed by Laura Turner in the latest in our Break of Throw series. Danny Van Trijp, Jimmy Van Ski, very, very different throws, but it all came together for them at the International Pairs. Their Break of Throw coming up after the live darts. Here in International Pairs 2, where the Dutch duo are hoping to defend their crown. Well, they've been beaten for the first time. They lost 4-1 to Sweden in their previous game, meaning that the Swedes have the lead in the table. 3 wins from 3 for them, 6 points. The Netherlands in second, tied with Wales. Canada and Scotland have 1 each, and South Africa yet to get off the mark. And we're now going to see if Sweden can carry on that winning start. They are taking on Wales in the next game, so an opportunity for Parry and Burnett to join Harrison and Ursland at the top of the table, or for Sweden to start to open up a little bit of daylight.
Yeah, it's been Sweden's day up to now, hasn't it? So with everybody with a couple of games to go, Wales will be looking to try and halt their charge here and go level with them in the table. And the Swedes will next play the Canadians.
First leg against Wales
match as well. So
game on.
2 tough matches for them coming up. Starting with this one here against the Welsh, and
140.
Parry has had a good opening start.
Yeah, safe to say they had a slow start when they went down 4-0 to the Netherlands, but they bounced back with a 4-1 victory over Scotland and
85.
Then beat South Africa 4-2.
Yeah, the Welsh will take on Scotland in their last match
60
of the day.
$100. $55.
Reminder, if you are new to the Modus Super Series, this is a special week following on from the Rising Stars special. Just breaking up the series. The last series ended just over a week ago, was won by Jeff Smith, who's of course representing Canada today. And the new series will get underway on Monday morning. We will be announcing the lineup for week 1 of Series 12 later this week.
Yeah, Jeff Smith definitely racking up the air miles at the minute. Back and forth from Canada.
100.
I think he stayed, actually.
I
think he stuck around. I think he was doing an exhibition in Plymouth at the weekend.
58. Sweden requires 76.
Soon will be heading back, and he's also going to be heading to Korea as well.
Game shot in
Sweden
the first leg.
maybe heading back to their hotel tonight with a full quota of points.
Second leg, it's Sweden to throw first. Game on.
They may well indeed. Nicely done there from Anton.
$44. $180. 60.
Go on, Richie. Go for the 19s. I'll settle for another max, Richie.
Richie's old school. He's never going there.
85. $96.
If you're wondering why we said that, you must have not been up early enough to catch the early action when Sweden almost produced the best thing since sliced bread. With the 9-darter finished on 3 bullseyes, narrowly missing the last one, Anton
55.
Östlund, after he'd gone 180. Harrison went 171, all on the 19s. He went bull, bull, and then hit the 25 with the last dart. That is going to be played over and over and over again.
Yeah, would have been one of the most audacious 9-darters in the history of darts, I think.
Yeah, and a little bit like that Michael van Gerwen missed double 12 in the world semi-final for back-to-back 9-darters. You always just wonder, what if? Why could it have not just gone in?
180. Why would you record 54?
But that applies the pressure here to Kurt Parry's 54 bid. Double 10.
44.
Don't think he'll be too happy with his double stats today.
Sweden, you record
Kurt Parry
66.
has missed a fair few now. $50 remaining. So now tops.
Game
How many
on the
times
second leg
does he
to
break
Sweden.
your heart with his last dart?
Third against Wales to throw first. Game on.
He just backs himself with that 1 dart in his hand, doesn't he?
Mentioned Östlund called 1
57.
ton. Maybe he should be called 1 dart like Peter Manley used to go by.
Nah, Peter Manley's probably got that patented, and yeah, he'll be after you with his lawyers if you start calling yourself 1
57.
dart. Although, in my experience, it's very rare that Peter Manley hits one in 1 dart. So, yeah, an ironic name.
60.
It's like calling me a 4-time world champion when I've only done 1. Morning, Peter, if you're
84.
watching.
$96.
Sweden on course to carrying on their perfect day.
$85.
Really just seems to be a real surge of Swedish talent at the moment.
140.
We were actually discussing that this morning in the back room. I was discussing it with both Anton and Andreas.
180.
And they were saying how the Nordic sort of region of tournaments has helped out with that
92.
and made things slightly more accessible for the younger players.
Yeah, we've seen Daniel Larsson do well here before. Oskar Lukasiak, of course, has a tour card now. Anton Östlund himself has won a week, and he's just won that leg with a 96 checkout
Sweden.
to lead 3-0. Jeffrey de Graaf,
Full flag against Sweden to throw first.
now Swedish, put it that way. Vicky Prum, who's had some great success here at the Women's Weeks. And it all kind of just used to be Magnus Karris, didn't it?
Yeah, Magnus's son Simon was
60.
quite handy back in the day, but he doesn't play so much anymore.
Not forgetting Johan Engström, the Swede ferret.
Absolutely. And I believe Magnus Karris's brother's son now plays, so Magnus's nephew
180.
is playing particularly well in the Nordic scene. So, yeah.
$100. $131.
Well, the game could be over almost as quick as it started here. 1:30 when
100. Sweden have required 150.
Sweden step back up in the form of Andreas Harrison, the brilliant bearded superstar.
Game shot and the match.
And he wraps it up in style. Didn't even need to go for it. But that is another 5-star showing from the Swedes. They've averaged in that match 101.9, the performance of the day as they whitewash Wales without a care in the world. Gone in less than 8 minutes, that one. A dozen darter to seal it. 4 out of 5 on the doubles as well. And a 130 to put the cherry on the cake. It's 4 wins from 4. They won away from a perfect day. Up next, we're going to see Scotland and South Africa.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
So welcome back to the Modus Super Series here in the live lounge at Portsmouth. Next match we have for you is Scotland taking on South Africa. South Africa yet to trouble the scorers in our league table. They sit bottom of the tree. Thornton and Campbell for Scotland not quite found their feet yet as a pairing. Probably the first time they played together. But we've had a lot of smiles from them today in their last match.
First leg, it's Scotland to throw first.
They
Game on.
won 4-1 against Canada to put their first win on the board. And as we see Devon Peterson get Robert Thornton in a bit of a headlock there before a dart is thrown. But I think that just shows the camaraderie of the way that the teams are working here today.
60.
You know, we can't reiterate the way that the Super Series works is all these people get thrust into that players' room out the back.
99.
And you sit with players and talk to players that maybe on a normal situation, at a normal tournament, you wouldn't really go anywhere near other than a little hello or a nod of the head in
81.
passing. And all of a sudden you are out the back and talking to one another and getting to know players that you probably know by face, know by watching on
85.
TV, but have never really spent any time with them. And we're seeing that shine through on the stage here today.
60.
Yeah, absolutely has been the case, but the team that must be enjoying their day the most is Team Sweden. A brilliant performance before the break there to whitewash Wales 4-0, an average of
43.
102, 8 points from a possible 8. I think that price that we saw at the start of the day may have shortened somewhat.
100.
Yeah, we did say there was a couple at the top of the show that we felt you needed to grab them while you could on the odds that they were on. And I have to say the Swedes being one of them.
180.
Respect from Devon Peterson for the Campbell maximum, which tees up double 18 for his partner Thornton.
84. Scotland
Here's
have
third of the
acquired
day
36.
for Campbell.
Game show on the first leg.
Campbell not
to
always
Scotland.
known as a prolific 180 hitter, but
Second
what
leg,
he
it's
does
South
do
Africa
an
to
awful
throw
lot
first.
of.
Game on.
Well, Thornton gave it large to Peterson. Devon's disdain was in good humour.
45.
It's the battle of the follically challenged.
That's a bit harsh, Scott. Just because you've still got yours.
60.
Oh, I've got all mine. Might have started to go grey since I worked here, but it's still all there.
60. 55. 32.
Well, referee Aaron Binks hasn't had anything controversial to deal with yet today, but he generally doesn't. That's a very simple game. It only gets
41.
overcomplicated by the players that play it.
60.
A lot more to think about for a referee with more players on the stage. It's not just a job to call out the scores. They do have to
99.
ensure that law and order is adhered to as well.
And that was the look from Aaron Binks of I am the law.
100. $121.
That start makes the finish a bit more difficult for Robert Thornton.
100. Scotland have 125.
Well, lucky for more for Dev there. They were all on a pinhead, but not quite where he wanted them.
I'm surprised he's gone that route there,
97.
Robert.
South Africa have
I
acquired
thought
104.
he'd have quite liked to at 25 and then treble 20 and tops. Could be two tops here.
It's an old-fashioned route, Murph, that
64.
we're
Scotland
now
have
seeing
acquired
come
28.
back into the game for me. It's starting to be reintroduced. That was the route years ago.
Everything comes back into fashion, doesn't it?
14.
Yeah, it
Africa
does, but
require
obviously
40.
going that route with the 18 leaves the 107. Another stab at it to go for the ball.
That miss has fashioned a chance for South Africa, and
Game
Devon
from the
Peakson is a
second
grateful
to South
recipient
Africa.
of it.
The leg at Scotland to throw first. Game on. $140.
South Africans again, motorsporting matching shirts as well.
60.
Good communication between the teams, or just one of them have sorted it out like Kirk Parry did for Richie Burnett. Yeah, Richie, here's your shirt.
26.
Oh, thanks, Boyle.
That wasn't Richie walking past, by the way.
95.
Absolutely. The Welshman from Dorset, yeah.
Scott Mitchell has got a hidden talent, it seems, there. Who else can you do?
Depends who I'm talking to if you listen to the team downstairs. I can do a bit of Dutch if I'm talking to Jimmy Van Ski. I can do a bit of
60.
Yeah, I even start squeaking when I talk to Henry Deacon.
60.
Henners will be back tomorrow. We've got a
45. Scotland to require
strong comms lineup for you this week. Scott, a big part of it. Laura Turner's going to be here as well, and Phil Taylor on Saturday night.
So what you're saying is it gets better as the week goes on. Well, thank you very much.
95.
I agree with that.
Didn't say who was when, Scott.
$100. Scotland to require 40.
Top cent for the
Game
Thorn.
on the third leg.
Takes it
to
out
Scotland.
to get a 2-1 advantage in this one.
Full flag at South Africa to throw first. Game on.
Oh, nice, 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 nice.
140.
Has had his moments, Carl Gabriel.
$57. $85. $85. $19.
So door opens here. It looked like South Africans were heading into the sunset. And that score of 19
134.
punished by the jocks.
55. $121.
Rob Thornton throws a very grippy type dart, and I know that he quite often
100. Scotland to require
uses them for a month to
104.
6 weeks and then swaps so that the grip that wears off. Oh, this is great stuff.
Game shot the full flag.
Great
To
stuff from
Scotland.
Campbell with that 104 shot.
Fifth flag, it's Scotland to throw first.
Gives it back to Dev. Loving this. Absolutely loving this.
Game on.
Everybody's having a giggle here. But yeah, what a nice 104. The difficult way to do it, for me,
81.
but obviously the treble or the single made no great deal of difference. Would have left himself a shot
60.
no matter.
$83.
Or still smiling when it goes wrong.
41.
But it does look like South Africa are going to be condemned to a 4th straight defeat.
43.
Scotland start to join the chasing pack.
100.
Hadn't won until half an hour ago, Scotland, and now they might win 2 4-1 matches in a row.
57. $140. $140. South Africa require 160.
Thornton will return to finish it off.
60. Scotland require 97.
Trouble 19, the shot, 2 at tops. Only needs 1,
shot
and that finishes the job off.
To Scotland.
Scotland are definitely up and running now with back-to-back wins. All smiles again at the end there in the handshakes. But Scotland will be smiling. It's a 4-1 win for them. 86.90 average, but it's 4 from 8 on the doubles for them. That's what's been the difference in their success. We head off into a short break, and when we return, it will be the Netherlands taking on Canada.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the International Pairs Week here at the Modus Super Series, where the defending champions Netherlands are looking to move within 2 points of the unbeaten league leaders Sweden. Andreas Harrison and Anton Östlund have won all of their matches so far. Netherlands beaten by them in their previous game. They've had a little break since then and are back trying to beat Canada. But if Michelle and Smith can win this game, we're going to see a league table which sees one team having won all of their matches, 4 teams having won half of their matches, and 1 team having won none of their matches. That's South Africa after that 4-1 defeat to Scotland before the break. Well, really, if Canada can claim a scalp, it's going to be looking like a perfect situation for Sweden, who could find themselves 6 points clear of the Netherlands by the end of the day.
Yeah, and you have to say they wouldn't have ever dreamed of that at the start of the day.
First leg, it's the Netherlands to throw first. Game on.
I think it's massively important here that in the first couple of legs, Michelle has got to go with
100.
Van Ski on the scoring and the opening encounters.
94. $85. 100. 100. 97. 83.
I was going to say they need a treble. And along come 2 in the form of
133.
Jeff Smith and treble 19. Treble 19 will come here. 54 left.
93.
14 will leave.
Canada, you require 76.
Double top. So Dawson now leading. We saw it hit earlier in that way from Scott Campbell, but goes a begging for more Michelle.
Game shot on the
Last
first
start
leg
from Van
to the
Tripe
Netherlands.
to hold throw.
Second leg, it's Canada to throw first.
So you mustn't let the disappointment of missing that break of throw stop you holding your own. And Dawson needs to get off to a flyer here.
60.
And he doesn't. Troubleless. Opening the door for Van Ski.
They'll want to repair the damage of that defeat
140.
to Sweden, the Dutch pairing. Final matches against South Africa. They'd expect to win that, but stranger things have happened. And we were talking off air, actually, Scott, weren't we, that there is a Players' Championship Pro Tour event today.
140.
Both Van Ski and Van Tripe would have been entitled to play in that because of their placings on the Challenge Tour. It just shows how much they prioritise
85.
this event.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the Pro Tours are a bonus. You wouldn't have expected to have those as part of your calendar at the time when we were
61.
probably sending the invites out for this. You don't know where you're going to be in the Challenge Tour at the time, so you take the invite. They're former champions. You kind of
60.
need that continuity for the week, really. So yeah, very good of them to prioritise this International Pairs 2 in their darting calendar.
41. Canada, you require 170.
Very likely that they'll be financially better off as well. Having said that, Vansky did make a quarter-final last time he
96.
appeared in the Pro
The
Tours.
Netherlands, you require 119.
Looking to double their advantage here. 62 remaining. So that leaves double 13.
99. Canada, you require 74.
Well, it might end up being a happy accident, but instead it could be a terrible mistake, which Jeff Smith has pounced on.
To Canada.
With a clinical finish.
Yeah, good hold of throw there.
The Netherlands to throw first. Game on.
It's like making par in golf with a 12-footer left for par. Nice to get that one in and get away with it.
100.
But we know the Dutch are relentless. But it has given the Canadians a bit of a lift.
125.
A good opening throw from them.
100. $140.
Back to back, good opening throws from them against the darts, and certain the pressure immediately onto
60.
The two young Dutchmen.
$98. $60. Canada, you require 138. $122.
Nicely done this. And now suddenly the Netherlands throw is under threat.
90. Canada, you require 16. Game shot on the third leg to Canada.
Throw is broken, and they've gone from being on course for a perfect day themselves, the Netherlands, to just being one of the pack.
Game on.
A reminder what I said at the start, that if Canada win this, Netherlands and Canada will be two of 4 teams on 4 points going into the final round of fixtures.
I have a feeling that double from Michelle was missing by a little way and caught the flight and went in, because of the way that he looked back at Jeff on his face was a little bit of, oh, that was lucky to go in, but in is in.
140.
And they're now 2-1 up, battling to hold their own throw.
55.
Momentum is clearly with them within the match. So it's all down now to holding this throw and putting the Dutch under even more pressure. And that's a good switch from Dawson to the 19s and hits a couple of trebles.
96.
Vansky's trying a similar sort of trick, but only hits the one. So 167 doesn't go this time around.
82.
Would have been happy with a single 17 there, because it leaves an opportunity, and Van Truyck
180. Canada, you
hits the 180.
85.
Will it matter? 20s. Even better. Outer ring. Double 5.
75.
The 180.
The Netherlands require 30.
From his partner, has left Van Ski with a decision here. Straight for double 15, and it's become awkward. And it's become even more difficult. Too difficult in the end.
Canada, you require 10.
Jeff twos up the 10.
Game shot
straight into the double 4.
Canada.
Holds throw just about. Dodged the
Fifth
bullet
leg
there.
to throw first. Game on.
The 3 darts at 30 from Van Ski. And now he's annoyed.
140.
He feels they should be at 2-2 at this point. Momentum definitely with the Canadians at this point in time.
$100.
Or is it?
$100. $57.
This would be a huge win for Canada. Help them get over their disappointment of that 4-1 defeat to Scotland last time out. Their final
60.
game is against the unbeaten league leaders Sweden. And on this evidence, they've got the game to trouble them.
58.
Yeah, they really have.
$60. The Netherlands, you require 146. $94. Canada, you require 147. $48. Netherlands, you require 52.
So to keep the game going,
Game shot
Danny
the
Van
fifth
Tryke
leg
does
to the
exactly that.
Netherlands.
But now Canada have the darts.
Sixth leg, it's Canada to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's easy to say it's just a hold a throw, but up against that pressure, it's a good hold a throw. Dawson needs a treble here to get them off.
92.
Finds it with the last, a treble 18. Means that Jimmy has to hit something of significance, and that's what pressure
28.
does in the situation.
$59.
And with Jimmy having such a poor throw, it did pour the pressure on to Smith to make sure that he hit.
100. $43.
Fabulous start from Van Ski. He's fully focused here.
140.
Yeah, lucky for it not to have been more.
Jeff needs a couple of trebles to get Canada down to a finish first. He's got them already.
140.
And when he had 2 in there, he would have been looking for the third without doubt.
As is Danny Van Tryke. He gets the third, and now the Canadian win is in doubt.
$91. Netherlands, you require 53.
For parity. And to force a decider in which the Dutch would have the darts.
Game shot on the sixth flag to the Netherlands.
Yeah, nicely done from Van Ski.
7th and final leg.
Looked like
the
the
Netherlands
Canadians at 3-1 were going to run
Game
away
on.
with it. But the Dutch have dug deep.
All the pleasantries pre-leg out of the way. Jeff Smith just had a little word in
100.
Dawson Michel's ear then to say, come on, we got this. They need to break. Good switch.
92.
A trebleless turn for the Netherlands. We'll see Smith try and capitalise.
99.
We've only seen one other 4-3 match today, and ironically, the Canadians were involved in that.
On the wrong end of it as well. Beaten by Wales in a deciding leg.
100.
Very much in the balance, this one.
Yeah, and ironically, Welsh had the darts in that one as well. Needs a treble.
100.
Oh, gets it last dart.
$60.
Well, Van Tripe hasn't found a treble in the leg yet. And that's allowing Smith to follow with some confidence.
100. $43. Canada, you require 110.
So the Canadians have turned the throat. 110 here. Treble 17.
90.
And a dart to win it goes a begging for Dawson Marshall.
Well, it's Van Tripe who's had the poor leg here. That's the only
98.
treble he's hit. He's
Canada
done it to put pressure
20.
on. But Jeff Smith here can get a huge win for Canada if he can find double five. Oh, and he
10.
can't.
The Netherlands require 40.
He couldn't hook the double, and the Dutch are off the hook.
That's as animated as you ever see Jeff Smith.
Game
And as you so
shot,
often see,
to
Jimmy
the
Van
Netherlands.
Schie lands that double 10, and that was a real battle for the Netherlands. But they've won the battle and have moved within 2 points of the league leaders, Sweden. It could have been a much different outcome for Canada had they won that match, but they remain stuck on 2 points. Coming up next, we're going to see Scotland take on Wales. We've hit the jackpot here at the Modus Super Series. The two-time champion of the world, Adrian Lewis, has chosen Pluto TV for his competitive return. He will be playing in Group B on Thursday night. Join us from 10 p.m. to see Lewis back on the hockey alongside Steve Beaton for England in this International Pairs Week. Huge, huge coup to have Adrian Lewis on stage later in the week. Will he be there on Saturday? That remains to be seen. Sweden will be hoping that they will be. A 4-0 win against Wales for them has seen them carry on their perfect day. Scotland getting the better of South Africa, and the Netherlands coming back to defeat Canada. That now means they are 2 points adrift of Sweden at the top of the table. Sweden can still complete a perfect day, of course, when they take on Canada in the penultimate game of the day. But the middle two are about to do battle next. A tie between the home nations as Scotland take on Wales. Thornton and Campbell against Parry and Burnett, and this is to determine who will have the better day. Both have won 2 matches. One will end on 6 points, one will end on 4. Based on the evidence of what you've seen, Scott Mitchell, who would you expect to win this one?
I'm going to probably go Wales, and I think because you feel that they've had their slower start and they're kind of, we saw the worst of them at one point already today on the double hitting in particular.
First. Game on.
I don't feel they're going to make that mistake again here against the Scottish, to be honest. Campbell goes off first again. I think they are
59.
rotating the throw, exactly like you suggested a couple of matches ago.
Yeah, we didn't see that, did we, in any team in the first international pair, where they just
58.
alternated it. So that's a new one, but a valid one.
$100.
Campbell started first in the first game, so they have alternated. This will be the third and final time Campbell throws first. So what will be interesting will be to see if that carries on into tomorrow.
60.
Does Thornton then take the 3-match starting mantle, or do they start with Scott again?
A really interesting philosophy, and I will be
44.
heading to the players' room tomorrow morning to find out a little bit more about that.
140.
The Welsh have continued with what was successful for them last time they were here. Kurt Parry was the first thrower. He remains that.
100.
Richie Winnett there to mop up, in his own words.
45.
I think he described his partner Kurt Parry in the last International Pairs Week as a scoring machine. And he said, I'm just here to do my little bit, mop it all up and tidy all up what's left, and then we go again.
84.
Well, it's Thornton left to do the tidying for Scotland, left on 114 by Campbell.
140.
Burnett left on something rather more manageable by Parry. And this is now unmanageable for Thornton as he can't go out after dart 1.
25. Wales require 58.
Makes a bit of a mess of it and offers a real chance here for Burnett to break throw. Just hits the 18.
38.
Everybody was nodding in the background, but the person that needed to believe the most there was Burnett, and he didn't seem to.
It's an interesting contrast, these two teams in particular, because you've got two of the most animated Arrowsmiths in the world against two of the most calm and serene
64.
exteriors.
Wales require
no
20.
real reaction from Campbell having missed the bullseye. There won't be much of a reaction from Kurt Parry, whatever happens here.
Wales.
But step forward, Thornton and Parry, and it's Thornton and Burnett. Sorry, it's a total different
Second leg,
scenario,
it's
isn't
Wales to throw first.
Absolutely, it's pantomime time, isn't it?
$98.
I think it's showing how the game is changing over the years. I think all those shenanigans were started by Mr. Bristow, you know, back in the day.
Very possibly so. There is that school of thought that there's a lack of characters in the modern game. If there is a criticism,
140.
certainly still some around.
But I think if you looked at all sport back in the 80s, it doesn't matter whether you what sport you looked at. There were characters, there were fiery ones, there were quiet ones, and it was encouraged in the 80s. You know, the Big Daddy Giant Haystacks wrestling one, and so that was going through all the sports at that time, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's an unintended consequence of a rise in professional standards, I suppose. Professionalism
60. Well, would you
has
require
been the key. There's
164?
media training in most sports now, that kind of thing.
But I think the emphasis now is actually on the game, and playing your game is what brings you the rewards in financial terms. So, yeah, that's great. So you're finding that players with the amount of reward that is on offer now are generally concentrating on themselves and not really giving too much worried about what anybody else is doing. And I think that's the difference.
Well, Robert Thornton didn't get his just rewards there with the dart bouncing out of the treble 20. Campbell would have been coming
48.
back for tops here had that stayed in the board.
Scotland require 100.
I think there was a little bit of conversation at the back of the stage, causing Owen Binks, the referee, to give a glance towards the culprit or culprits. I think we can guess which two it was.
Game shown the second
100 out
leg
by
to
Campbell.
Scotland.
I think we can indeed.
They both look naughty, don't they?
Third leg, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
Heading towards the naughty step, Robert Thornton and Richie Burnett. Heads bowed like they've just been told off.
Yeah, because Owen Binks had come down on him like a ton of feathers, wasn't he? A big man like that.
121.
He seems to have taken the situation fairly seriously, Owen Binks there.
Anyone that's been here on a Saturday night will know that Owen Binks is that talented and that tough.
85.
He's actually thrown himself out of the arena.
$59.
He's like the Jason Donovan of the new era, isn't he? He can referee, he can act. Jason Donovan can sing, he can act.
I wasn't expecting a Jason Donovan comparison today, but
100.
Scott Mitchell's managed it.
When you're an 80s kid, you're an 80s kid.
100.
I opened the door for you to say, especially for you. You obviously didn't get the memo.
$45.
But you know, don't you worry, Murph. Nothing can divide us.
Well, that 45 could cause division in Camp Scotland, because it means that Scott Campbell's got a much tougher task in front of him than he would have hoped to have had. But he cleaned up the 100 all right, and actually Burnett
Scotland, you require 150.
has left Scotland with 6 darts to complete this combination. And he is seething with himself. May only require 3. Treble 18 for double thereof. Or the ball for tops. And he'll go for another 25 to leave Thornton on his favourite. But he's too accurate on that occasion. That's the danger of going such a route.
$81. Scotland, you require 15.
He's tried to help his mate out there, hasn't he? And it hasn't quite worked out. No trouble in the end. Thornton gets it all the same. Scotland lead 2-1.
Still nothing to panic for the Welsh.
Full flag, it's Wales to throw first.
Partnership, because
Game on.
It was only going with the throw.
82.
It's unusual you see Kurt Parry get involved there, and he's gone to his mate. Don't worry about it, buddy. We can get this sorted. A couple of throws to go.
100.
But every time Campbell hits a treble, it's like a dagger to the heart. of the Welsh.
41.
And now you feel that Richie's over trying a little bit, don't you? Trying to overcompensate.
41.
Yeah, he's not happy with that. Steps back, restarts the visit effectively.
28.
It's all gone wrong.
Yeah, the Welsh looking clearly rattled here. The experience that Burnett needed to hit a double treble visit and get the train back on the right tracks, I think.
This would be some turnaround for Scotland if they were to win this. It would see them, having lost their first 2 matches, win their final 3.
$100.
Not what Burnett was looking for after that first treble. He was wanting more.
45.
Thornton goes trebleless again, so offers up the opportunity here.
Yeah, it's all got a little bit scrappy, hasn't it? Kurt Parry took a big deep breath before that visit, knowing that it just takes somebody to take the leading role in this leg.
Yeah, and good stuff from him. That treble 5 could have seen him derailed again, but he follows it up with 2 treble 20s. But Campbell here really playing the captain's role. He's really hitting trebles for fun. Not the one he wanted there.
100.
But you could always see that happening. He had the line.
You require 100.
Or he had the length right. It was just getting the line right.
Cam Burnett. Oh, I was going to say, can he produce a masterpiece of a finish? But he's made a mess of it. Needed the single 15, hit the double.
99. Scotland requires 67.
Double 8 for the Thorn.
59.
To be fair, if he'd have hit it, that was probably his highest score of the leg.
Wales requires 60.
I'll come back to that in a moment because I've got a little question to ask our ace analyst, Scott Mitchell, on the decision-making of Robert Thornton in that particular spot. Parry wants the same target. Parry gets it. Yeah, Robert Thornton on 67. He will always go treble 17. Would he not be better going treble 9?
First. Game on.
And either way, he's going to get a dart at tops, which he loves, rather than possibly ending up with 2 darts at a double that he doesn't spend much time on.
I think it's one of those situations where he probably feels more comfortable going for the treble 17 in the first instance. And then if he does hit it, he's got 2 at double 16, and he'd rather have 2 at double 16 maybe than 1 at double top. I don't know. That's the only logic that I can see behind it from sat here.
180.
Well, he's got 3 in treble 20 there to get Scotland back on course.
And that is actually his first 180 of the day, which is very unusual for the... He's a big 180 hitter, isn't he?
I have to say, Scott Mitchell alongside me has done a fantastic job of keeping track of who's hit the maximums. I gave up after game 2. Highlighters are all being used today, Scott, aren't they? Every colour.
Absolutely.
85.
I like to do my colouring in. My dear friends that follow this week can get an eye on the stats very quickly if they're highlighted, the important ones.
This could be an important exchange in this
100.
closing contest for these two teams.
Require 140.
140 is on offer here for Burnett. Not going to take it out. We'll hope to leave it handy.
81.
Well, he made sure he was high. He was fearing that treble 20 gaping at him. And he goes high and hits the 1.
Robert Thornton
36.
reacts to the missed big number from his partner there.
59.
That gives a chance for a break here for Parry. And he's missed a big number as well. What's going on here? And that's almost in the double. But the most important dart is in the double.
To Wales.
And Wales have broken the throw. Everybody chuckling away.
Sick leg against Wales.
But they now have the darts to win the match.
They're all looking at each other as if to say, somebody hit something you're going for, please.
100.
Looking like a stage play at the moment, but in that leg it was a comedy of errors. Scotland looked on course. Now it's Wales who are holding the cards.
100.
It was like a forest fire, wasn't it? Firstly, it was Burnett that made the mistake, and then that spread on to Campbell making the mistake, and then that came on to Kurt Parry
60.
making the mistake on the big number, but then he had one dart at tops and managed to finish it off.
Robert Thornton needing to hit big here, and he does so.
131.
That's a really good visit because Campbell will leave a finish just by hitting one treble on return.
60.
Oh, he'll want more than that now. He'll want more than that now.
140. $60.
Got awkward there, didn't it?
Scotland, you
But he had to stay
130.
with the treble. I think you can see the way that he took them out.
Well, this time Thornton
90.
trying to tee up tops, which he does in the end, but for his partner Campbell instead of himself.
85. Scotland, you require 40.
That last start just applies a little bit of pressure, knowing that Wales are on a check-out for the match.
Game shown the sixth flag.
Yeah, it was the
to
three troubleless
Scotland.
visits from the Welsh before that caused the problem.
Seventh and final
and caused
leg,
them to
it's
lose their
Scotland to
own throw.
first. Game on.
So you would say now the momentum is with the Scottish.
Yeah, but what good has momentum done in this match? It's been a real seesaw affair, hasn't it?
$100.
Swinging one way, then the other.
$55.
Yeah, advantage now. Go to the Scottish
82.
pairing until that dart. A ton would be enough here to keep them in touch, and you need a treble.
96.
And nicely found from Burnett. They stay in the same street, scoring-wise.
$94.
Minimum requirement was some sort of treble there from Campbell.
100.
That needed to be two, really, for me.
And Thornton's in the gravy. Hadn't hit a 180 until this match.
135.
Can't add a second, but it's not a bad leave.
I feel only a max will do here from Burnett. 140 isn't bad.
Scotland require 90.
Now in the lap of the gods. Surely it's 20-20 and a dart at the ball here from Campbell.
Well, he's going to have to rescue it now. But yeah, I think that 140 forced him to go that route, didn't it?
30.
Whereas
Wales require
before that
110.
last start, he was probably thinking of another route there, Campbell, and had to switch minds there.
But Parry surely isn't going to stay there. I think he shuffled and then realised, what am I doing?
86. Scotland requires 60.
But it is going to go down to the very death. And again, it's a missed big number. Only one dart at double.
40.
And Robert Thornton fails to find it. And they've cost themselves
Wales
darts at double,
require
all of the players in this match.
24.
Burnett to win it. Moving east.
12.
Drama at the death.
Scotland require 20.
Robert Thornton casually waiting for Scott Campbell to get the job done for him and Team Scotland. Burnett can't believe it. Scotland lost their first two matches of the day, but they have won the following three
to Scotland.
to leapfrog Wales in the table, and to sign off with a victory that sees them soar onto 6 points, joint with the Netherlands, who sit in second place. Conversation goes on between the Scottish pair, but they will be happy with how they've turned their day around. A 4-3 win brings an end to proceedings for them. Canada up next against Sweden, who are looking to go unbeaten for the day.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lebanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Canada and Sweden are about to do battle in their final match and the penultimate match of this opening session of the week. And for Sweden, it could be a perfect session and a perfect start to International Pairs 2. Andreas Harrison and Anton Östlund thrilled us at the start of the day when they almost produced the most perfect of perfect legs. Östlund missing the bullseye for what would have been a 3 bullseye finish to complete a 9-darter. And they've gone on to win that match and all of their matches so far. As for Canada, it's just the 1 win for them, cruelly denied by the Netherlands in their previous game in the last leg decider. Can they repair the damage and be the first to beat the Swedes?
First leg, it's Canada to throw first. Game on.
It's been a touch unfortunate, Canada. Their 2-4-3 losses have gone against the darts. So they'll be hoping to make those up tomorrow, I'm sure. But
45.
They know with those 2-4-3 losses that they need probably to turn this one round in their favour if they're going to have any chance of making an assault on topping Group A come around this time on Wednesday afternoon.
140. $140.
Yeah, good response there from Harrison.
100.
So back-to-back 140s for the Swedes, and that's kind of all about the momentum where they're in the table at the moment. It encourages you to play well.
60.
You know you're on a bit of a run being top of the table. Or does it come with an element of pressure trying to go 5 out of 5? We know it's something that Andreas Harrison is used to doing here.
Sweden, you're 161.
He does dominate days in a normal group stage.
Quite often, though, he's been a little bit slow out of the blocks on a Monday. None of that today.
No, absolutely.
Still hasn't stopped him winning the groups, mind, usually. Bullseye here. Brilliant.
Game shot in the first
Awesome
leg
from Dawson
to Canada.
to give Canada the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Sweden to throw first. Game on.
Jeff Smith very much playing the captain's role here, despite throwing second. Almost gestured to Dawson. There to say, I told you could still play.
Yeah, very much so. It backs up the 128 that Jeff Smith actually hit against the Scottish, even though they went down 4-3 in that match. A couple of treble 18s and a double 10 was the route for that 128 for him. So
60.
Dawson now matches him with a ton plus of his own.
I think, Scott, if Canada
60.
only get out with one win, that wouldn't be a fair reflection of the standard they've played at today.
No, not at all. I think it'd be quite harsh, but unfortunately, when it's happening to you, you don't look at it like that. You look at the sort of misdemeanors or the mistakes that you've made, and then maybe that sometimes
138.
drags you down a little bit.
Well, Michelle seems very buoyed by that finish in the previous leg, very confident.
It's definitely given him a lift, hasn't it?
And it's one-way traffic now. Really is.
177.
Sweden may not have expected to run into this.
81.
But the Canadians are causing chaos.
Game shot in the second leg to Canada.
Back-to-back 15 dart legs for Canada.
Third leg, it's Canada to throw
That
first.
amounts to a three-figure average, and Sweden aren't landing a glove on them at the moment.
$43.
You have to say that
60.
Canada have been running around a ton for most of this match so far, and that's been the problem for the Swedes, because the Swedes
59.
are not anywhere near that. Just not hitting trebles at the moment. Here comes a 180. Because I said they're not hitting trebles. Only a 140.
Yeah, we're seeing the averages close up here because of two trebleless turns for Canada. That's put right by Michelle. But leg by leg, it's been
100.
perfect, really, from Canada, textbook 15 darters. They need to go in 6 to carry that on here
57.
from 299, which can be done, of course. Should go treble 18. Oh, okay, he's gone for the bull.
126.
So had he gone treble 18 with his second dart,
58.
he could have still found a treble with his final dart.
Yeah, it got all a bit awkward and couldn't afford for the 20 to drop out, could he?
133.
That's nice from Dawson.
Yeah, still very much Canada holding all the cards.
60.
Yeah, gives a bit of a finger
And
point when he comes back from
40.
Dawson, as if towards Jeff Smith, saying, over to you, Jeff.
Game
And over to you, Jeff, it is.
To Canada.
What a performance this is. And Sweden
Full flag at
haven't
Sweden
turned
to do
up.
first. Game on.
They haven't been given the opportunity to turn up thus far, have they? Bar a couple of non-treble visits from Canada halfway down that leg. They've not really offered them a great deal. And 3 from 5 on the doubles thus far. 60%.
And Sweden haven't had a sniff. Not
No.
one dart double in the game.
94.
He's losing this match. Going to be like getting a bit of a chip off of their shoulder. They're looking at 5 out of 5.
137.
It starts to become a problem mentally.
I mean, they're going to be top of the table. Actually, if you lose it 4-0 and the Netherlands win 4-0, the leg difference
83.
between them and the Netherlands will be the same. They could be usurped by the end of the day, but they're going to be at least joint top, so you should be happy. But when you've had a day like this and then you get a thrashing in your last
58.
game, how do you feel leaving the venue? Do you go from feeling satisfied to actually quite concerned?
Very good point. It changes your
100.
overnight thinking, doesn't it?
$80.
They started the day threatening perfection. They've ended the day threatening perfection, but they might not be able to complete either of those feats. Not the 9-darter, not the perfect day.
60. Sweden, you've 167.
Well,
93.
Anton's played
Canada,
today.
you've
I actually thought that they had a
164.
chance of going, the 167. This has got a chance of going.
Well, they should get the first darts at double here.
124, Sweden, you've 174.
At least one anyway. It will only be one. Andreas Harrison is a master of a third dart double.
54.
Fails to find it this time. And this could be a
Canada,
real
you're
rude
40.
awakening for the league leaders.
Good
That
shot on the
is
mark
class
to
from Canada, who from nowhere have managed to sweep their way past Sweden with a 4-0 success. And after winning all 4 of their matches before it, the Swedes have lost all 4 legs in that one and come crashing down to earth with a bump, giving the Netherlands a chance to tie on points if they can beat the winless South Africa next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side.
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the Yoki with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Well, they do say that time flies when you're having fun, and I'm sorry to say that this is already the last match of this session. The live darts will continue all week here on Pluto TV with this International Pairs special week. We're back from 9:30 AM tomorrow. That's UK time. Viewers around the world, adjust your alarm clocks accordingly. And the closing clash today will be between the defending champions Netherlands and the so far winless South Africa, who will be hoping to do what Canada did in the previous game and spring a surprise. They beat the unbeaten Sweden 4-0 to end their day on 4 points. Can South Africa get off the mark, or will Netherlands win this one and join Canada at the top? Join Sweden, sorry, at the top of the table. And note, just note, if they win 4-0, they actually will overtake them at the top of the table on legs
First
one.
leg, it's South Africa to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, all of a sudden the South Africans have a few fans in the back room. Team
100.
You just feel if the South Africans could bring one match home, they would see things in a slightly
60.
different light, wouldn't they?
Yeah, of course, and this will be the first game tomorrow as well. It's a double header. Fixtures always played in reverse on the Tuesday.
60.
Win them both, suddenly you're 2 points behind the Netherlands. Lose them both, and you're 10 points behind.
180.
Danny Van Tripe's fifth 180 of the day.
60.
Head and shoulders above the others. 3 for Scott Campbell.
180.
3 for Anton Osland.
And now another for Jimmy Van Schie
100.
Making him on 3.
Netherlands require 81.
for a dozen dart leg then.
65.
Can't get it, and there is still a chance
South Africa require
for
140.
South Africa. to win the leg, but that chance has gone, or will have gone,
Netherlands requires 16.
if Van Ski takes this out.
No score. South Africa requires 76.
Well, this is a better chance for Peterson. Misses the big number.
Netherlands requires 16.
Cardinal sin from Devon. Another 3 in hand for
no score.
The Dutch, and they miss once again.
32.
So, Gabriel on 32.
16.
He misses that side of the board as well.
Require 16. South Africa requires.
He misses
16.
another 3. So that's 9 missed.
No score. The Netherlands require 4.
Oh, that's not just a miss, is it? That's a mess.
Game shot on the first leg to the Netherlands.
And it's punished. You can see the anguish on the
Second
African
leg is the
Warrior's
Netherlands
face
to throw
there
first. Game on.
after making that mistake. Has handed that opening leg to the Netherlands.
140. $125. $41.
Are you a fan of the fist bump between every single visit, Scott?
26.
Nah.
I didn't think you would be. I'm not either. I think it's an unnecessary distraction, to be honest.
Yeah. My partner scores 26.
100.
I don't want to fist pump him. I want to give him one up the side of the head.
Don't sugar the pill, will you, Scott?
No, I won't.
100.
Both teams are employing that
85.
camaraderie with the contact between throws.
$60. The
Just
Netherlands
got
require
140. Yeah, give it a bit,
135.
you know, a head shake or a nod maybe or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm old school. If you're at a 140, you're just doing your job, aren't you?
Don't praise the postman for delivering letters.
85.
Correct. He still comes with his hand out in December, but that's another story.
100. The Netherlands require 50.
So, again, how many times are we going to see missed big numbers today, particularly when trying to set up doubles?
26.
It's remarkable.
South Africa
I
require
just
90.
hope Rod Harrington's not watching. Ball.
57. The Netherlands require
I've got
24.
to be honest, I didn't let either of my kids play darts in a league or anything
Game shot
until
the
they could hit
second
big
leg
numbers. And
to
that
the
was it. That was my
Netherlands.
only, they had to be able to chalk and they had to hit big numbers under pressure.
Third leg at South Africa.
Yeah, we
to
all
throw
still miss the odd
first.
big number
Game
now
on.
and again, but you got to be hitting them 90% of the time.
It's been a plague today, hasn't it? There's so many times.
100.
The thing is mentally with it, Murph, if you miss a big 15 to go for the tops and then you tidy it up, you look at the size of the double top and you've missed that
85.
whopping great big part of the 15. How on earth is your psyche going to allow you to hit the double top? It will now and again, but not very often if you're
100.
missing big numbers. Because you go from the positive part of your brain at the front to the negative
140.
part at the back.
Well, wherever you like.
136.
Except there.
I was thinking that myself when you said it, but I didn't want to say anything.
134.
Devon's got to take this out now.
And he'll hit 2 trebles. 9 times out of 10, when you leave yourself on a bogey,
95.
you go and relax because you know you can't get out,
142.
and you hit 2 trebles.
We saw a brilliant 1-4-2 Saturday night from Henry Coates that turned the final. I think that was the shot of the year, to be honest.
72.
Yeah, for me too. I think it absolutely ticked all the boxes for him, and on he went, didn't he?
Tops here.
50. Netherlands requires 70.
Same equation for Jimmy Van Ski.
Game
Different
shot
outcome.
third,
So the Netherlands
to the
now
Netherlands.
are 1 leg away from actually ending the day top of the table. Who would have thought that half an hour
Full
ago?
flag is the Netherlands to throw first.
It needed
Game
Canada to beat Sweden 4-0 and then them to win 4-0 for that to happen.
97.
And let's be totally honest about it. Neither looked likely.
60.
Yeah, they'd just kind of fallen over the line against Canada themselves. Before that, they'd been beaten 4-1 by Sweden.
85.
And you look back at that result against Canada and you think that's kind of the reason why they're going to end up top, you know. That's the important one in the statistic. And how important is it going to be come Wednesday afternoon?
180.
180s between the pair today.
100.
4
Then
to Van Ski, 5 to Van Tripe.
54.
An 85 to win it. It's been a good performance
140. The Netherlands
from Netherlands.
85.
And this conversion would see them fly to the top. 16. And the ball. In the ball for Jimmy Van Ski. For Netherlands. And for top of the table. They just usurped Sweden by winning 1 more leg than them today. And end the day, the Dutch defending champions in P1 after a really thrilling and interesting day of darts. They close out with a 4-0 win. They go level on points with Sweden. Myself and Mr. Mitchell will reflect on all of the action after the break. Well, it's certainly been an interesting opening day of this special International Pairs Week, the second time we've hosted that here at the Modus Super Series. These are the final 6 results of the day. Sweden getting a 4-0 win over Wales that put them in position to have a perfect day, but then they were humbled by Canada, losing by the same 4-0 scoreline. And the fact that the Netherlands got a 4-0 win over South Africa means that they end the day top of the table, just by winning one more leg than Sweden. So they both tied on 8 points. Scotland on their shoulders. They lost their first 2 matches today, but won their final 3. Canada and Wales in contention, but it was a disappointing day for the South African pair of Devon Peterson and Carl Gabriel. No wins for them. Scott, it's been a remarkable day, and it started off in the most incredible, insane, unbelievable fashion when Sweden threatened to do something that's never been seen before.
Yeah, they did, and that kind of set the precedent for a good 3/4 of the way through the group for them. They looked pretty untouchable, and this was pretty amazing. And we spoke about it at the time, and this is quite obviously pre-planned between the two of them. If they were open up with the 180, the other is going to go downstairs and try and hit the 171.
That's perfect, isn't it? At first starting the ball. Just, did he run out of room, do you think?
Possibly. I think it was on his mind. Maybe if he'd have took half a step across to the right and maybe gone for the other side of it. But he was trying to go with rhythm and momentum to get it close, and it was close. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, we've seen Harrison attempt that himself, having hit a 9-darter the more conventional way in the past year. I think they're going to keep trying it, aren't they?
I think so. I think they've sort of like pumped fist and agreed as a pair that's the way they're going to do it if they're going to do it. And yeah, what a sensational way it nearly was.
Yeah, and it set them off to a very decent day of darts. Of course, the end wasn't how they would have hoped, but 4 wins in a row to kick off the international pairs. On reflection, they'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, very much so, because they keep popping up and doing things like this, and when they need it, and it sort of sets a vibe through the room that no matter what position they're in, they can get themselves out of it. And it was showing that all the way until that last game against Canada. And Canada had just been fed up with losing 4-3, I think. And the guys just sort of looked at one another and said, it's time to kick on now. We've got the best team here so far today. And they managed to throw with a bit of freedom and really steamroller them.
Yeah, and with those 2 remarkable results at the end, Netherlands actually ended up top of the table. The defending champions, that's where they'll want to be. But they've had to fight for quite a lot today, haven't they?
Yeah, they have indeed. And I have to say that, yeah, we probably thought they may well beat the South African pair, but not to nil. You know, the South African pair have been picking up legs along the way. So I wasn't expecting it to be to nil, but the way that's worked, it has seen them sit top of the table, and they'll be the ones that sleep best tonight. Yeah,
they certainly will. Scotland, they have been, half a team from last time. Scott Campbell has stayed in the Scotland team. Robert Thornton has joined it. Now, they lost the first 2 matches, but then won their final 3. Did they just take a little bit of time to gel?
I think they did. And again, they've got a set routine that it seems like one's going to throw first in one game, one's going to throw first in the second. So that took a little bit of getting used to. And obviously they lost both their first games. Both had a turn at throwing first. So that kind of put a spanner in the works for them a little bit. But they found their way towards the end of the day. And I think they're feeling more of a pairing now and a bit more togetherness with them.
Yeah, certainly. Look, we're going to talk about the other teams as well. Wales beaten there in that one. It could have been them on 6 points. But Canada, I do want to talk about, because we did say ahead of that match with Sweden that they deserved more than what they got at that point.
Yeah, the 2 4-3s that they lost, they were both against the darts on both. So if they go and look at that on reflection a bit later today, they'll go, that was a bit of tough lines. And if they win those back 4-3 tomorrow, then that's going to open the table up again. So that's how they've got to remain. They've got to remain positive. But when it came to this last one, and they were looking that they had the darts against Sweden, they knew if they could get off to a good start, then maybe break them, they could get Sweden in trouble. And that's exactly what they did.
Dawson Michel was decent for someone who's not picked his darts up for a while, wasn't he?
Really decent, because obviously you're not coming in and competing at a poor level here. This is still a very good level of darts here at the Super Series, and to come out of retirement, be a bit rusty and come in and also have the point that you're kind of thrust to being the number one as well, meaning that you've got to get you off the mark. You've got to be scoring. You've got to be the Mr. Consistent. I understand why it's been done that way between the two of them, but I think he handled it really, really well. And you see him only getting better as the week goes on.
Do they look like the best team in terms of there's an obvious sort of synergy between them? Jeff Smith, very much the mentor, very much a captain, encouraging Dawson Michelle, and he himself is still flying after winning the series, of course.
Yeah, very much so. And I think if you ask with anybody that's ever played pairs with Jeff Smith, he's like that. He's Mr. Reliable. He does exactly what it says on the tin. And you can always not have to worry about what Jeff's going to do. You worry about your own game. When you've got a partner as steady, he makes himself very easy to play with as a partner. And yeah, that's why Jeff is so good at the pairs game.
Yeah, there is one team, of course, who have ended up with no points. That's South Africa. How worried should they be, and where is a win coming from for them?
This is the question. It looks like for them to grab a win, they are going to have to excel themselves a little bit and everything have to go right. And maybe one of the other teams around them have something go a little bit wrong. They're giving up lots of legs at the moment. They're not scoring enough. Maybe tomorrow Devon may switch it and put him on as number one to try and score and maybe try and get the momentum with the scoring. And that'll allow Carl to settle down. Maybe if he can hit a couple of doubles, as the swap round, that would help them, I think.
I'm going to ask you a kind of different question here, and I might continue asking it you all week. Man of the match, who do you think's been the player of the day?
I'm probably going to go with Anton Osland. You know, I think that he's led the line really well. We know that he's not been at the forefront of the game probably since having a family and stuff, and this is a big opportunity for him, and he's come back. He looks really focused. He doesn't want to let his country down, doesn't want to let his partner down, and I think he's performed really well today.
Certainly has. It's been a great start, Scott. Let's do it again tomorrow, but there is plenty coming up here on the Modus Super Series Darts channel on Pluto TV. Straight after this live session, we're going to see the breaker throw featuring Team Netherlands, the defending champions. That'll be seen for the first time. And then, of course, we are back at 9:30 a.m. on Tuesday for the second session of International Pairs 2, the finals night of which will be on Saturday night at 7:30. And we've got even more live darts for you this week on Sunday from 12 p.m, the Influencer Darts Showdown. Not forgetting, of course, we have the return of Adrian Lewis. Tune in from 10 p.m. on Thursday night for Adrian Lewis's debut here, his return to competitive darts, partnering Steve Beaton for Team England. Well, they'll be here on Thursday, but it is Sweden and the Netherlands that are leading the way in Group A. Do join us again tomorrow. Bye for now.
Modus Super Series Internationals Pairs Champions.
And it's double Dutch delight.
It's the Netherlands.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new
Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!